Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to BattleTech with Mags for a little bit of an afternoon stream. Yes, I know I'm about, what, 10 hours early on when I would normally stream or something at the moment, but I'm trying to change the times around a little bit here. Slowly bring them more to my morning, although it is kind of mid-afternoon at the moment. Ah, coffee. I can actually drink it at this point. Spirit Fox, welcome to the stream. Here's my skiving off work to listen to a stream. Good thing it's quiet time because the office. Not a whole lot on my plate at the moment. Ah, well, yeah. Remember, work comes first. Do work first. There will always be the VOD. Not sure how long this stream's going to run for. This is more of an experiment to see how the daytime internet will actually hold up. It's also going to be... Just close that one down. A little bit of an interesting one in regards to what we're doing. So, we are currently on Gifu, which is where we were at the end of the last stream. Now, I was looking at the missions in here. Contracts. There's nothing in here I'm really eager to give a good swing at. I would take the logistical breakdown mission here, but it's a convoy ambush, and I can't stand doing those. The recovery mission... 73,418 on a half skull. There is absolutely no reason to do this mission. It wouldn't. The drop costs for me to put mechs on the ground would be more than I would make out of this. The only one that's left is Cornered Revenge, which is the X mission, the Killbox mission. But I don't have a 65-tonner, and we know how these missions go. You drop a 35-ton mech in, they get a Warhammer. Drop a 65-ton mech in, they're probably going to show up in an Atlas. So we'll... I don't really have anything for that one, and I don't feel like getting one of my mechs just flogged for no recourse. So we're going to skip that. But what we're going to do instead is, looking over the star map, there's actually a couple of flashpoints at the moment. This is one of them, so I'll just exit out of here. This is the one we've been looking at. Now, this is for the Capellans. It's Siegebreaker, and it is against House Steiner. The planet itself is a 4-skull, but the mission itself is only 2.5. So, it's a multi-mission consecutive deployments. We're probably going to have to pull some extra mechs and get them configured for this. The length is medium, which means it's going to last about 3 or 4 missions, roughly. That's roughly what a medium engagement length is about. Tonnage requirements are light. This is good for us because we don't have a lot of heavy stuff, and there are restrictions on. It's going to take us 43 days to get there, and there's 52 days until it expires. So we can get down there and we can actually do this one. I would like to do this one because there is a chance we can pull some decent mechs out of it, and then if we can 180 fast enough and get back... There's 118 days left on the Grey Betrayal at Helm Flashpoint for the Grey Death Legion. Now, it's 3-skull. If we tried to do this one at the moment, I'm fairly sure we would get our teeth kicked in. We need a little bit more tonnage before we can pull this one off. And I'm hoping we can pull it out of this Flashpoint, because we're going to have to start upping the difficulty level now. We're not getting the mechs on the field that we need to upgrade. It's like we're doing well. We've got enough money we can afford to throw some cash at this. It's going to cost us 180,000 just to get there. It's going to take us out of commission for a full payment cycle, so we're looking at nearly 1 million credits overall to actually be able to just start this Flashpoint. But we're going to have to start taking these risks, otherwise we're just going to keep floating and wallowing. So... we are going to initiate this one right now.
Calculating course now, Commander.
Engines primed. All hands prepare for transition to thrust.
What's this afternoon stuff? G'day Grey Matter. Yeah, just... I'm getting old. And streaming till 4 in the morning is not doing me very well. And it has been it's been an interesting week in regards to a few things, so... I need to reverse things around. I need to get to bed a little bit earlier, look at streaming in the afternoon, also look at streaming in the early morning. So rather than streaming until 4 a.m., perhaps looking at getting out of bed at 5 a.m. and streaming then, and sort of hit the same time area for the rest of the world, or a little bit later, but actually having had maybe seeing 7 hours sleep for once, you know, in the first time in a decade. Alright, so new holovids. The Argo's current budget includes a line item for crew entertainment. So after pulling the morning briefing for preferences, Darius places an order. Soon a shipment of popular new holovids from Gifu arrives, a mix of action, historical drama, and screwball comedies and animated features. We have the lounge, so schedule a regular holovid night. That should up morale. Darius instructs the staff to convert the lounge into one massive holovid theatre one night each week. For the next showing, a random draw from the chip stack schedules an episode of the popular drama series Rough Riders. Drillbit and Apex enjoy discussing the inconsistent authenticity of the clothing and the set design for colonial sediments of the time period. Drillbit has gained the following tags for 30 days, High Spirits, and so has Apex. This is good. This is why you want to build the lounge, because these pop up fairly regularly, and they're just free boosts. Now, we're not going to get anything out of this. 30 days High Spirits, it's going to take us over 40 to get to where we're going. But still, hopefully we'll get another one right before we land. Now, why this is paused up, I'm not sure on what the tonnage is going to be, especially with this mod in place. So we're actually going to pull a few extra mechs out of storage. So I'm going to pull the Phoenix Hawk. As much as I'm not a huge Phoenix Hawk fan, I'm pulling the chassis out. It'll be ready in 4 days.
We'll see that it's prepped and ready.
Alright, back into storage again. I'm going to pull the Raven, and we're going to sort out a Raven fit for a recon mech.
We'll have it warmed up ASAP.
We still have the 2 fire starters at 35 and the Assassin out at 40. With the Raven, I don't think we'll need another Scout mech. So I think that gives us another 45 that we can play with if we need to mess with the tonnage. And we have the Raven out, so we can look at actually, well, getting an ECM mech on the field. I have no idea what fits we're going to put on this with what we've got available at the moment, but we'll work something out. But it'll be a couple of days until they're ready to go. Bringing in earlier will mean I can't attend most of the time because those are work hours. Sads. Well, as I said, it depends on when I run it. If I can get, ideally what I want to do is set this up so I get up at about 4 or 5 in the morning, stream, complete the stream, and about the time the stream is done, the kids will be getting out of bed, and then I'll go through, get the kids ready for school, that kind of stuff, go about my day. And part of the reason for this too is I recently started a course back up. I'm going for another degree. I'm doing another qualification. Well, this one it isn't technically a degree. This one here is an in-industry qualification that I want to complete. That's going to go for about between 2 and 3 years. And I'm not getting the work done because I'm up till butt-fuck middle of the night, either streaming or working on videos or working on something, and I'm not getting the rest. So the idea is to flip the script on my my time schedule, which is going to be hard because I've been on this time schedule for about 25 years. Start much earlier in the morning, get all of the channel stuff done essentially by breakfast, and then I can clear the day to do coursework and whatever else needs to be done. So at that point, Spirit Fox, like I normally finish streaming at 4 AM. I'll be starting to stream at around about the time I would normally end. So it shouldn't be too far out for most people, considering most of you are at the end of work shift or in your mid-afternoons about when I'm streaming. So yeah, this is qualification 2, and I'm looking at going for qualification 3 after this one as well. So this is, I sort of need to start planning for this. If you get your pilot's teeth kicked in, at least you won't need to offer dental plans. This is a point. 5 AM for you is like 4 AM for me. Well, worst comes to worst, there'll be the VODs on as well, and I'll jump them around as much as I can. I said I don't want to throw off the people that have been watching the stream so far too much, but I do need to make some adjustments on my end, because the whole working all day, doing the course, doing the stuff that I have to do around the house, my normal management with my condition and everything that needs to be done, and then working on videos and streaming till 4 AM when I start at about 7 AM, I can't keep maintaining this. I'm reaching my limit, and it's not just a recent thing. At the very least, I've been maintaining this schedule since I started the channel in 2013. So As most people who have spent any time actually flying with me or doing anything on the Discord server will attest to my ridiculously late nights, just ask Hal. He will be more than happy to inform you of the number of times he's had to tell me to fuck off to bed. And that I've ignored him and stayed up for another 2 hours. Alright, so we have 2 mechs up and running here, so we might as well start getting the fits sorted out. Now the Phoenix Hawk's going to be the easiest one to fit, because it doesn't have a lot of options. You've got your laser mounts in the arms, you've got nothing in the torso section you can really play with, nothing in the center and nothing with the legs. So you can play around with a ballistic mount, but it's almost not worth it. So probably just going to go for the fairly standard traditional fit of the large laser, medium, pack. Now we'll pack just a small laser just for weight efficiency. Although we won't, because we don't have any small lasers and we're now in transit, so we can't buy any. So it looks like... oh, wait, hang on. Wrong tab. No, we do have small lasers. Okay, that works. So a small laser in the small slot. We're going to want double jump jets on each side. And 15 rear armor. Keep the head on 30. We want to max out the arms armor, because the biggest weakness of the Phoenix Hawk, more than anything else, is all of its weapons are associated to its arms. It has no weapons in the torso section at all. That's a problem, because the arms are always the first thing to get removed in combat. And being only a 45-ton mech, it doesn't have a lot of armor. So that makes it vulnerable. And vulnerability is not ideal. Let's max out the leg armor as well. No, we're going to have to peel it back a little. We might have to go a little bit off tonnage. Let's see how we go with heat sinks. Actually, we want all the heat sinks in a torso. This scene, 48, too hot. Yeah, we're going to have to peel it back just so we can fit the 2 heat sinks in. Jesus. 85. Don't really want to pull any more armor out of the chest. This thing's vulnerable enough. We might have to take a point. Might drop the... yeah. That only gets its half a ton. That's right, the small jump jets are only half a ton each. Alright, that heat efficiency is terrible, but that's what we'll work with. That'll do. It's only a fill mech if we need an extra 45 tonner. So 3,750 to set this one up. Things like this is why I've been keeping the Phoenix Hawk and some of the lighter mechs that we've got as well floating around. Some of the flashpoints and some of the missions will have tonnage limitations, and if you don't have the mechs for them, you can't just wander in with an assault lance to complete them. Dead meat, there's a disturbing lack of mech deaths happening on the screen right now. Oh, give me some time, we're still in transit. Don't worry, I may have done a stupid. We're doing a flashpoint. I have no idea what we're facing in this flashpoint. This could go tits up really badly, really quickly. Alright, so the Raven here is something we may actually use. We may actually use this one. And this is because this does have the electronic warfare equipment on board. And I am probably going to utilize this one whenever I utilize the utilize our new, I think it's a trebuchet we picked up the last stream, to run as our missile mechs. Right, so unlike the Firestarter, we ideally don't want to get the Raven too close. It's not what the Raven is built to do. Now, long term, once they're available, I want to fit a Raven with a narc beacon. to run with something like a catapult, maybe even a stalker, as a long-range support. Dead meat, what are you doing? Shut up and get a full wipe already. Stop it. Spirit Fox, you too. Yes, we are going to do something with this Raven. This one I might actually, yeah, we might actually deploy this one with our Trebuchet. I'm just not sure how to fit it. Because to get we've only got 4 mechs, so I want to maximize damage out of the Raven, but at exactly the same time, we don't want it to be getting too close, although we might not have a choice with the weapon systems that we've got available at the moment. We might have to go... Yeah, it's a big risk. We might go with the SRM6, the double plus SRM6. That brings us up to 30 tons already. $31 with a single ton of ammunition in the legs. Now, heat efficiency is actually really good on this. We want to max out the armor on it. God, this thing has no torso armor whatsoever. Look at that. $10 to the rear, 70 to the front. It's made of butter. Probably not worth putting the armor up too high on the left arm. $45 in each. Let's pull 2 out of the arm. Get it up to at least 50 tons in the arms, 50 tons in the legs, 60 ton in the arm, because it's probably going to be carrying... Although I might not. The SRMs... We've actually got laser mounts, so I might actually mount the lasers in the other torso, rather than putting anything in the arms at all. Heat efficiency still good. That kicks the heat efficiency down. Alright, 35 tons. We got a SRM6 double plus, 2 medium lasers. So I can scale down the armor to 20. That's going to give us another half ton. So we can also fit a small laser in that torso as well. That's a closer configuration than I would like, but it would work as a support mech. Just running extra defense as needed. It means it can also do a melee double drop of the evasion pips if we need it to with a small laser. Not that I'd really want to get that close in it. Firepower should be reasonable. Survivability is not going to be great, but that's what it has the electronic warfare equipment on board. So we'll run with that. Hey, Alan, catching a stream live. Nice, yes, I'm doing one in the afternoon. We will see how this goes. Hopefully the net lasts out. I'm expecting there may be a quality drop in about... We're going to find out if there is, but I'm expecting one in about an hour and a half. Because in about an hour and a half, school gets out, all the kids get home, and the first thing they do is jump on the internet, and I'm expecting my connection to tank. So if in an hour and a half everything goes to shit, that's what it is, and we'll know for sure whether or not that's going to happen. Once I know, we'll work around it. Is Helipolis already available in this era? Not sure what you mean, Rainmaker. GM Grievous, hey Mags, how's the mod going? Going excellent. The last stream was fantastic. We're now off to get our teeth kicked in a Flashpoint, so we'll see how this goes. So let's get us back underway.
I wrapped up that job.
Max out the armor and give it an LRM. Yeah, the problem is the LRMs are too heavy, really, to put anything more than an LRM5 in it, and the LRM5 is just... The LRM5 is only worth keeping around if you're planning on putting it into a combination with another LRM launcher. An LRM5 on its own is just... It doesn't have enough damage to be worth it. Yeah, it's... it does less damage than a single shot from a medium laser. It's not worth carrying. And anything larger than that would take up most of its tonnage. Yeah, balsa wood armor, yeah, pretty much. But it is, to be fair, it's a stealth mech. It's an electronic warfare stealth mech, so that's I'm not expecting it to be super armored. It's got enough that it should be able to punch something in the face fairly efficiently and then run away really quickly. And I'm going to probably put my best scout pilot in it when I actually put it on the ground. So it'll be primarily sensor locks, and its main job will be trying to hide my long-range support mechs. That's what it's really up to. Still over 3 million, so we're going fine here. That's the main reason why we're doing this. We made enough money on the last world. We can actually afford to do one of these now, and if it goes tits up, perhaps we'll be able to even repair the mechs. And replace the dead pilots. Alright, target practice. We have a request to set up a live shooting range. Darius says in a staff meeting. Phantom says the pressure safe target pistols aren't sufficiently realistic to keep the mech warrior skills sharp. That said, I'm not sure if the Argo has an appropriate location for that kind of thing. For what, an indoor firing range? Dr. Murad tilts a head of brow furrowing. I believe that I can find a spot in Gamma Pod. It's still a mess over there anyway. Use armor plate as a backstop. Yeah, it should be fine if they're careful. A live shooting range inside of a spaceship. This sounds like a bad idea. Her eyes shift to you. Your mech warriors are careful, aren't they? Let's see which one of them shoots themselves. You nod at Dr. Murad. Phantom is ex-military. If he's running this, there shouldn't be any real risk. Darius, make it happen. But the stress to Phantom, that final responsibility lies with him. As soon as he gets the go-ahead, Phantom starts organising the shooting range. The mech warriors produce a wide variety of small arms, some of which are rather stretch the definition. When Darius catches Archangel todding a gyro slug rifle and explosive ammunition through the corridors, he calls Phantom in for a heated dressing down. Afterwards, the shooting range becomes pistols only, and locks appear on all the gyro slug rifle cases. Phantom has gained the following tags for 30 days, low spirits. Alright, that could have been much worse. That could have been much worse. Unfortunately, that one probably will drag into when we arrive, because our arrival time's only 17 days, and we're going to have to start this straight away. Otherwise, the Flashpoint will expire. We're only going to have about a 15-day window. Thoughts and prayers for armor? Yep, that's pretty much it. The Raven, yeah, its big thing is not being hit in the first place. Thankfully, I should have at least one pilot that's good enough to almost maximize its mobility. So it should be a nightmare on evasion pips to actually hit, especially considering the fact that it'll have the bonuses from its electronic warfare equipment. It's just going to be a bit of a zigzag because I'm not sure. Rumble seat. Alright. Not sure our support mechs will be able to keep up with it. Rumble seat. Argo's command deck begins shaking again. I can't stand this anymore, Samaya says. This has been happening every 2.5 hours like clockwork. It makes me want to break something. Every 2.4 hours to be precise. Dr. Murad's tone is infuriatingly reasonable, and only while the Argo is under thrust. Samaya flashes you an exasperated look. Why can't we get this fixed? After 17 seconds, the shaking stops. Right on schedule. I don't have the structural reinforcement mod, so I can't do anything about this, so I'm just going to have to tell everybody to live with it. Morale decreased by 1, yeah. The Periphery's foremost expert on ancient dropships can't solve this problem, you say, indicating Dr. Murad, then the problem cannot be solved, therefore we must adapt. Samaya frowns. I don't like having to adapt, Commander. Ferrer tone turns apologetic. For what it's worth, there is nothing wrong with the Argo. I'm sorry, but it just isn't something we need to be concerned about beyond the physical comfort issues. I'd be happier if you two weren't just giving up on this. Well, I don't have anything else in the pipe at the moment. I do have money. So it'll be Structure 3. 352,000? Internal supports for the Argo spine are functional, but without sufficient rebuilding and reinforcement, the demands of 3 fully operational hab pods will eventually torque it apart into scrap. Yeah, you know what, I'm expecting we should make at least a decent amount of money out of this Flashpoint as well. That should cover this, so yes, we will do the structural reinforcement, because we'll need it later anyway. I personally found the Raven to be pretty spicy running a narc, tag, and a bunch of small lasers. I got lucky with stores though. Yeah, that's my only issue. That's basically the build that I'm looking to put on the Raven Luna. The issue is I don't have any of the stuff available and I don't have the money to buy it. But that is exactly how I'm looking to fit it out. The idea is I want the main reason I wanted to collect myself a Raven was so I can get it with narc, tag, and then essentially run something along the lines of a catapult with twin LRM-20s, or even later on, something like a Stalker completely outfitted with all the LRMs in the world, and just have the Raven go around, tag everything, and the support mech just rain fire on it until it stops moving. And that's with whatever extra mechs that I'm running, keeping everything away from the Stalker while it's, or the catapult while it's doing its thing. That's the master plan. That is the path we're going down. I just don't have the bits for it. Alright. Now, I hate the fact that we're working for the Cappies on this one, but we needed to start doing Flashpoints. So the Cappies are going to get some work out of us. I'm expecting them to screw us. This is why I pulled extra mechs. But, let's do this. Siegebreaker. Marina Lau, you're here, good. Time is short, so I won't mince words. Hopman's General Alistair, I can't even pronounce that. The LCAF has placed an industrial megacity on Gunther under siege. For the past 6 weeks, his troops have held the city's 12 million inhabitants at gunpoint, and the planetary militia is proven incapable of removing them. The CCAF is mustering troops to break the siege, but the operation of this scale takes time to assemble. They say that they'll be here in a month at most, but in all likelihood it'll be another 3 before any fresh Capellan mechs hit the ground. By that time, much of Gunther's population will already have starved to death. I intend to do better than that. I'm going to break the siege here and now today, and I'm going to use your company to do it. Well, that's what we're hired for. Yang, when House Steiner makes a blockade, it does so for keeps. Busting through one of their encirclements is going to be a tall order, even for us. You got any resources that you can lend us to help even the odds? The reinforcements of the planetary militia are available to you, but unfortunately the breakdown of the chain of command has led to serious infighting. To be honest, I'm concerned that without a guiding hand, they'll kill each other before the Lyrians get around to finishing them off. And you need to bring them together. To the extent that such a feat is possible, the 2 remaining Lance commanders that we have in the field, Lieutenant Urza Chival, Demonstra and Alan Jailbird Valaquez, have a history of interpersonal conflict. Still, I'd like you to do what you can. Time is of the essence, so I want you to assist them consecutively. First the one, then the other. We can't afford the Lyrians the opportunity to regroup between deployments. Don't worry about us, we'll get the job done. Alright, so these are going to be consecutive deployments. We are not going to have the option to repair the mechs in between. So damage will need to be... I'm not going to be able to tank damage on this one. Not really. That is what I was hoping for, hoping to hear. After you've rallied the militia to the best of your ability, I'll contact you to discuss our next steps. Get down there, Commander, show the enemies what the Confederation does to those who visit Harmon Bonnet's people. All of Gunther will be watching. So I guess we're playing babysitter for a couple of squabbling militia leaders. Good times. Still, it'll be nice to have some backup on our side. As long as their quarrel doesn't get in the way of us finishing the job, they're welcome to the team. Amen to that, Connor. Lady Miranda's forwarded me the rendezvous coordinates for 2 militia leaders, and Cheval's up first. I'll have our people suit up and make sure they're prepared for consecutive deployments. Back to your stations, everybody. Let's get this job done. Alright, so on to mission 1, Siegebreaker. Max pay 1.3 million. Max salvage 314. 2.5 skull. For your first deployment, you'll rendezvous with Azura Chevelle of the Mitchell Planetary Militia. She and her lance have been scout hunting in northern Gunther's wealthy museum districts, and it appears they've caught a Lyrian scout. Assist her lance in defeating it, and then proceed to your next rendezvous point. A 2.5 scale mission against a Lyrian scout. This makes me nervous. I know what House Steiner considers a scout. Yeah. God, that's a lot of money to be playing with. I'm liking this. The chances of us getting any more... It's tempting to go full salvage on this. We'll go a 211 with a 416,000. That'll cover our drop costs and should give us 300,000 buffer for repairs and to throw back into the kitty. That essentially pays for the drop cost and the upgrade to the Argo that we just did. And we still get 2 parts salvage selection and 11 random on the pick. So... yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I still don't have anybody that can cockpit snipe efficiently, so... Now, what to bring? So, the Griffin is our fire support mech. We have the lead spitter, which I am tempted to bring in place of the Raven. Yes, we're hunting scout mechs. I really want a scout that can take out fast movers. So we'll bring the lead spitter because it'll be better than that than the Raven will. Phantom can maintain the pilot. Or do we want to switch pilots out? Who have we got? 5655, 5645. No, we'll stick Phantom in this one. He's got low spirits, but it'll be fine, and we can switch out to Beach Ball in the next round for our other scout pilot. Now, we do have the Hunchback. It's an urban environment. AC5, SRM6, SRM4. We're going to switch the Wolverine out for the Hunchback. And I'm going to rotate... we'll rotate Cerberus out. The fact that these have got 75-ton limits on it makes me somewhat nervous, to be perfectly honest. We're going to rotate Cerberus out and drop Archangel in. So I've got a fresh pilot with a 7 gunnery skill that we can deploy in the next mission. He's also got the heat dump, which the Hunchback might actually need. We'll keep the Shadowhawk in play. AC5, SRM6, medium laser, small laser, SRM2. Yeah, we'll keep that in. And we can switch out the Shadowhawk for the Wolverine if it's necessary to do so on the next one, if it tanks too much. So we're under tonnage. We're 195 with a maximum tonnage drop of 240. So we're nearly a full mech down. Well, let's see how this goes. This could go bad. Dead meat, stop dropping $2. You make the quality drop instant if you want. Yeah. Get stuff. I always went for keeping E-War mechs with long-range weapons to help encourage me to keep them away from the front lines and having the armor to survive for long enough to do the job. I would look into doing that if I was playing under normal rules, under vanilla rules, Alan. But with the changes to evasion that BEX mod does, making it closer to the tabletop, you can actually run in, get shots on, and run out using evasion. You cannot hang around the target. Something like a Raven is going to be max movement at all times, just to keep the evasion pips on. And I've got a couple of good scout pilots with enough piloting to be able to pull this off now. Although ideally I want an 8-point pilot with the secondary skill for under the piloting tree, because that means I can actually keep the evasion pips in between turns. This allows me to just constantly be permanently under an evasion shield, essentially. I forgot this is BEX, not BTA. Long toms and arrows aren't a thing in this mod. Now, mortars are, but yeah, long toms and arrows are something that pops in after the clans. So, actually, some of them might actually pop up in this, but we got to get to that point. We've only just entered 3030. It doesn't matter if they can't keep up. Better that the Raven can move quickly where it's needed. Yeah. It's more that the Raven's electronic warfare shield, it only travels so far. So I need to keep whatever I'm trying to keep under that shield close enough for Raven that it's, invisible, basically. That's the main thing. Lunchtime too. Thank God today isn't busy. Slightly unrelated, I got a couple of missions with assaults fighting. Longbows seem like pretty decent LRM boats. Kind of want to get one of them thrown together with the Raven. Yeah, longbows aren't bad. Archers are pretty good too. Catapults are obviously a classic. And if you're after really the fire support assault of choice, is the Stalker. But they're all designed for basically the same thing. Pack a lot of LRMs into a very, small, quote-unquote, space and have them unload on something. But they're all good options. Lyran Scout Lance, yeah, I'm nervous, Spirit.
Command interface initiated.
So an Atlas at least. Well, we're about to see whether or not the game lives up to the meme. Commander McEvedy, Lieutenant Azura. Damn French names. We appreciate the assistance because we're going to need it. We've identified a Lyran. Called it. We've identified a Lyran Atlas moving through the museum district. Thankfully enough, the beast appears to have soaked up a lot of punishment over the course of the siege. Why the Lyrans haven't sent it in for repairs yet is beyond me. Perhaps they're having trouble with their supply chain. I don't know. Yes. Yeah, it's a true Lyran Scout Lance. Well, part of one. It's only one. A true Lyran Scout Lance is 4 Atlas. It could be plain old hubris. It's an Atlas, the king of the battlefield. The Lyrans expect you to take one look at it, shit yourselves, and run screaming for the hills, so why bother keeping it in full repair? Whatever the rationale, we've got an extremely juicy target right here in front of us. With your Lance's help, I intend to destroy the target. Deal. That's what's in our contract, Lieutenant. Let's it be done. I'm starting to think maybe I should have gone for the Raven after all to cover the support mech. Because putting the fire spitter within arm's reach of an Atlas, the lead spitter within arm's reach of an Atlas seems like a bad idea, but, well, we can't change anything now. Alright, so I'll quickly read chat before I go get my teeth kicked in by an Atlas. Now I can chat and eat and not actually skeeve off work. Well, don't skeeve off work. Work is more important. The VOD will be here. You'll be able to watch this back as many times as you like after. Assassin is my anti-light mech, right? Yeah, Assassin's a good one for that too. Yeah, well, actually, that's probably a good thing I didn't consider it, because the Assassin would be useless against an Atlas. The Laserback, yes, I've got the Laserback in. Juicy Salvage, though. Yeah, for the skill levels on my pilots, the 2 Salvage is probably sufficient. Although, I'm not going to say I'm not disappointed I didn't go for full Salvage on this one, because on the off chance I could pull 3 parts of an Atlas out, I would buy the 4th part. I would find the money and buy the 4th part just to put the bastard on the field. Alright, so Apex is in the Griffin. We're going to keep the Griffin... back a little. We'll keep it with the rest of the group. Phantom, full sprint. Down that side alley. And you see how much evasion he gets. That's how he stays alive. And that's when you put somebody like that in a Raven, that's how the Raven stays alive. It's entirely on those evasion pips. Even a full lance, unless it gets within melee, will not strip him of all his evasion. And it can go higher. On an 8-point pilot, you can get 8 evasion pips. And when the turn changes and you go to the next round, they stay. They don't get reset like they do when you have a lower skill pilot. You maintain your 8 pips. So you only need to move enough to keep maintaining those pips. And your mech basically becomes invulnerable.
Yep.
Unless it gets focus fired and gets some really unlucky rolls. Alright, so we are going to do a jump. I just want to check and make sure
Lifting off.
street over here is clear. Yes, it is. Cool. And we are going to sensor lock that target. And yes, that is an Atlas on half armor. Okay,
Aye, aye.
Apex, you get your turn next. This is why I bring an LRM mech.
We'll go.
Now, the issue with these two is getting Claymore and Archangel close enough to actually shoot this thing without getting their faces blown off in the process. So, I think put the Shadowhawk on the right side of this building. The AC-5's only going to tickle it, but every little bit counts.
They will be done.
And we'll get the party back
Moving
here.
to position.
I'm not entirely sure Archangel's going to have enough gunnery skill to be accurate with the PPC at this range. No, 80%. That's not bad. Okay, I can deal with that. Alright, so we got to keep these two back and just riddling it with holes at a distance. We'll let these crazy Capellan bastards run in close range and they can go melee the damn thing. And I'll just keep the Firestarter constantly putting... Yeah, just keep Firestarter constantly moving. And putting a targeting lock on it. And mechs for the mech god. Yes. Yeah, I should actually start up streaming Warhammer 40k Mechanicus or something. I've owned it since it came out. I've played it for about 5 minutes. It looked like exactly my type of game, and just it's another one that I just never had time to play, so it's just been on my backlog for ages. The Atlas must have put in a call for help, Commander. We've got incoming Steiner drop pods. Payload unknown. Let them come. We'll take them apart one by one. You don't let the Atlas call for backup.
What are your orders, Skipper?
Freaking Capellans. It's always the freaking Capellans. Alright, so I'm going to
Acknowledge.
jump the Atlas, jump the Firestarter wide. And we're going to lock it up again.
I've got a sensor lock.
Yes, Commander.
Alright, Apex, I'm not even going to move. We don't need to.
Firing on target.
Just keep rattling the Atlas. Alright, Claymore. Let's go. I'm going to run Claymore across the street to the left to get three pips up. And he can plug off a shot with the AC-5. Actually, he's going to be able to cycle almost everything. Hit chances are really low on the SRMs, but we're playing with an Atlas, so I'm rolling the dice on them anyway. The heat's almost irrelevant. Alright, structure exposed from one side, that's
Orders.
good. In that case, I was going to run the party back over here, which really needs to be renamed to that. But we might actually run the party back left as well. It's only going to get 2 pips out of it.
Onward.
less skilled pilot. I think Archangel's only 4 points. But he should be able to open up. Now this is going to put a hell of a lot more heat into the system. But again, wonder what he will get on a precision shot to the leg. 48% and then 80 across the all board to hit. Yeah, we're going to make that shot.
Target acquired.
Misses with the PPC and knocks down a building. Alright, we crit the AC-20 and we destroyed the hip. That's good. That's good. I'll take that. Alright, we have the Atlas's attention. And he's shooting at the Capellans. This is fine. I'm cool with this. Only one of their Lance needs to survive, so it's fine. Alright, right arm destroyed. And the pilot is stressed. Yes, please, rain some more LRMs on him. That's what we want. AC-20 explosion, pilot injured. AC-20 is now out of commission. Raining LRMs is good, because it might actually convince him to eject. Lower leg actuator destroyed. This Atlas is not proving to be as difficult as expected. Alright, let's see what the backup is. Please tell me this is not another 4 Atlases. We have... That looks like a Jenner. That doesn't look like anything too heavy. No, we're going to Vulcan and a Cicada. It's a Vulcan and a Cicada. Okay. Oh, we will have to get over there because those could actually cause the Capellans a bit of an issue, and we do kind of need one of them alive.
Ready to rock.
Alright, Phantom. Time for you to do a stupid.
Roger that, Commander.
SRM-6 destroyed.
That hit something good.
Pilot ejected. And we didn't blow the torsos. I should have taken 3-part salvage. That will be an almost complete mech. I should have taken full salvage. I was not expecting him to bail out that soon. I was expecting us to have to blow a torso first. Which wouldn't have mattered, because if you blow a torso, you're only going to get 2 parts at maximum anyway. But we only took off an arm. So, yeah, that's a potential 3-part mech. Oh, I'm kicking myself for not going full salvage now. Alright, so now it looks like we've just got a straight up battle against something that's roughly equivalent weight to what we've got. In fact, we, for the strangest time, possibly the first time since we've started our campaign, that looks like only a 4 Lance of Steiner mechs, and we have 3 Capellans plus our Lance. We actually outnumbered the enemy for once. This is weird. We've never been in this world before. The strange moment when we are not outnumbered 2-to-1 by the enemy every single time. Let's pop the commando with the AC-5.
Engaging target.
And we'll get the party back around
Standing
the corner.
by.
Now, his heat's going to be an issue, so we're not going to be doing a full alpha like we did before, although I don't think we need to on a commando anyway. We'll turn all the mediums and the smalls off. We'll just pop the PPC. That'll let it cool off a lot.
Engaging target.
Awaiting
And
orders.
again, with Apex, we're actually going to move this time. Move Apex here,
Confirmed.
just to give him better coverage, or give her rather better coverage. of the incoming lance, and LRM drops the commando. God, I can't wait till I've got a catapult. I can put 2 LRM 20s on the bloody thing. It'll take all of its tonnage, but just 40 missiles a volley. 40 missiles a turn on whatever I don't want to exist anymore. And it seems the Lyrans really want to shoot the Capellans, and they're largely ignoring us. So we might actually get out of this without even a repair bill. Alright, so... we've still got heat. That's as far as we're going to jump. We really need to close distances with the fire starter. We're going to want the fire starter in close.
Aye, aye, Skipper. Full speed. No target.
Alright, so the next turn should be a wash around the corner and just smash these guys. Who's going to tell the Atlas he can't call for backup? You? I think I just did. Can you DFA just its head? In the tabletop or the game here? No, unfortunately. In MechWarrior, at least the older ones where you could actually DFA properly and it was modelled, yeah, you can. You can try and land a light mech directly on the head of an Atlas, and if you hit just the right point, you can actually destroy the head and kill the mech. That is actually a thing. It's just not really something that runs in the rules, at least here. Pray to RNGs to give full mech rolls? Yeah, I know, right? It's not very often you're sitting there going, I'm not sure I have enough tonnage, and then there's a full Atlas basically given to you. At the very least, we're going to have 2 parts. Like, at the very least, we'll have 2. So, I can't be too upset about it. That's slightly a higher tonnage jump than I was really anticipating for anyway. Alright, so the Commando hasn't moved yet. So we are going to move for 3, pull the Shadowhawk right out in front, and we're just going to blast the hell out of this Commando before it gets any more evasion. Okay, left leg destroyed, that's good. He's going to fall down now.
Damage detected.
Which means we can do a precision strike with LRMs on him. Which Apex will do now. So I do love free precision strikes directly into the torso. Although, we do need to work on her
Scored a
gunnery.
critical hit.
I'm receiving you.
Yeah, you know what? Party back
I'm
in as
walking
well.
here.
We'll get the party back in, we'll cycle the medium lasers rather than pull the PPC out. Center torso. Yeah, we won't need the whole lot. We'll just go for 4.
Firing.
Yep, that's enough. Commando's out of play.
That's a kill.
Alright, Vulcan is technically the next dangerous, although the Trebuchet... Yeah, actually, they're probably as much of a muchness. Biggest issue with the Vulcan's going to be those jump jets. Can't wait till Mag says to a pilot, make it go away. That'll be once I've got a 10 gunnery... Yeah, once I've got a 10 gunnery, 10 tactics, precision shot pilot in a Marauder. At that point, that's the point I get to go, yep, that mech over there, see it? I don't want to see it anymore. And that's when I've got somebody who can just straight snipe the head off. But we haven't even run into a Marauder yet, which in hindsight, considering our tonnage, is actually a good thing. A Marauder with a decent pilot at the difficulty levels that BEX mod has would wipe the floor with us and then some. Who to shoot for first? Looks like the Trebuchet is going to win just because it's the easier one to get to.
All weapons, go!
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Good. I'm glad I could be of help to Mead. Don't worry. This is consecutive missions, so I'm going to have to switch out all of my mech warriors with my B team for the next round so that I don't injure my... And the third round, I'm going to have to rotate them back in, which will force injure all of my pilots for the third mission. And then if we get a fourth mission, I'm going to have to rotate again, which will force issue. And if we get 5 missions, I'm ruined. I don't actually have any spare pilots, which means we might actually have to hire 4 brand new pilots that we've never tested before. And this is assuming our mechs are in good condition. So there's plenty of chances for this to still go wrong. It just didn't go wrong on the point where I thought it might. Alright. Well, we've already started on the Cicada, so we might as well... Oh, sorry, started on the Trebuchet, so I might as well... Well, just wait... Yeah, we really need to get rid of that thing's missiles. Alright, I'm going to trust that the Cicada and the Vulcan are too busy to not flank my Shadowhawk here, so this could be really dumb. Almost all of its core armor's gone. We're going to do a precision shot.
All weapons committed. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Alright,
I'm
it's
ready.
not quite the damage I was hoping for, but...
On my way.
Right, now we'll push the heat up with all the medium lasers.
Lots and loaded.
Engine destroyed. That's a Trebuchet out.
Tango down.
Commander?
So, Apex... Rain on the Cicada
Target lock on
next.
enemy's rear.
Ooh. Alright, the Vulcan at least decided to be polite and shoot us in the front armor rather than the rear armor.
What are your orders, Skipper?
So, I can't complain too much. Alright, so we
Copy
go for the
that,
rear
Commander.
of the Cicada with the lead spitter. How's its rear armor looking? Yeah, we just shoot it in general. Left torso destroyed, left arm destroyed, gyro crit, pilot injured.
Ha! You like that?
You can just see those educational missions, 3 Urbies being
Internal
babysat by an
structure
Atlas.
Damage.
You could do it. You don't look at me or my children ever again. Well, that's the Cicada gone. That's that problem dealt with. Alright, Shadowhawk onto the Vulcan, and I don't mind the Vulcan firing primarily the Shadowhawk either, just pop the AC-5 out of rotation here. The Shadowhawk's actually got really good cooling on it, so those flamers are basically worthless. I will kill it long before
Commander?
it overheats me. So, the Flamers, if it was smart, the Flamers should be going after the party back, because this thing is an oven on legs. Alright, we can get... Yeah, no, the PPC's too much. We'll just cycle the lasers, and that should be enough to kill it. It's got no armor. Well, it's enough to take out it and the building behind it.
That's a kill.
Right. Nice work, Commander. The Lyrans are going to piss themselves when they find out what happened to their scout. Oh, they'll be furious. If I know the Lyrans, they'll redirect every assault mech in a 20-mile radius to come stamp us out. We'll lead them on a merry chase, lure them far away from the front lines, and then double back for your push to break through the siege. Sounds like a plan. If you don't need us anymore, we'll move on to support your sister lands in the Jessup Downs. Word of the wise, Olivia, the woman you'll be dealing with is no better than the Lyrans. In some ways, she may be worse. She'll do her best to charm you, but trusting her would be a mistake. Watch your back. Thanks for the heads up. We'll see you again when we regroup in the Militia HQ.
Mission successful.
That went fairly painlessly for a mission where we were taking on an Atlas. Surprisingly so. Oh boy, Marauders. I got to fight one with a 35 ton, a 30, and two 25 tons. Panic ensued. Game proceeded to crash. Then I got to fight an Ostol. Fun. Yeah, crash. Yeah, crash, I'm sure. Yeah, no, the panic's warranted. The bonus system in a Marauder is nothing to ignore. Like, it really does. If it decides to start precision shotting you and it's got a pilot that's capable of doing it, you have 45% bonus to precision shots to the head. So you basically flip a coin whether or not you can just decapitate a mech every single turn. They're nasty. Possibly the single best sniper mech in the game. Alright, so the Hunchback did get rubbed over a little in the shoulders. All rear armor's gone. Nothing went internal, nothing broke, but it did get a little rubbing in the back. Other than that, nothing. Not a scratch. So yeah, that might... Actually, no, there was only two parts of the Atlas on the table. We're taking both of them. 2 parts of the Atlas, 2 parts of the Cicada, 1 part of the Commando, 1 part of the Trebuchet, and 1 part of the Vulcan. What else hit the ground? The LRM-20. Of course! Of course, of course, of course. The round before the Atlas died, it had an ammunition explosion, which means it did blow out one of the torsos. It wasn't obvious because the ammunition explosion was the listing and not the torso destruction, but it must have lost a torso. So yeah, okay, there's only 2 parts of the Atlas. I feel better now. Everything else can be random rolled. These are the 2 important parts. 6.4 million in 2 pieces of salvage, and we're too short of putting the 100-tonner on the field. So let's see what we get. 1 part of a Cicada, which we had 2 in storage, so we're 1 part away from that. AC2, medium lasers, 8. Okay, that's an interesting one. I've never seen this before. That is a negative medium laser with -2 accuracy. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Not entirely sure why you would ever want to put something that's got negative accuracy on a mech, but okay, fair enough. I think that'll be sold. So 7.8 million in, a little bit over 7.8 million in salvage. Alright, so just quickly going through chat just to catch up, because I don't want to be falling too far behind and be reading through like I did in the last stream. I asked on Discord but never got an answer from memory. One of the things I didn't like about XCOM apart from the RNG was the rewards for going into missions never seemed to be worth the risk. Well, given now that BattleTech is $14 AUD on stream, do you think it's worth picking up? Yes. If everything that I've done with playing this and the hours that I've put into it isn't obvious, I would say yes. It comes down to whether or not you like these type of games. The thing with BattleTech is you sort of select what your risk and reward is going to be. You pick your missions, you pick how much reward you're going to get, and you get to pick the breakdown of the missions. Things can go tits up, and you can lose a lot, and you can lose pilots, and the mod that I'm playing at the moment is worse because the pilots can be killed permanently. They're slower to earn XP. The mechs can be destroyed permanently if you take a critically enough damage. Actually, in my last save game, I lost one of my Wolverines because its reactor went critical after it got blown apart. I lost a pilot and a mech, unrecoverable from the field. So with the mods, you can make things even harder. But in the end, you're the one... This isn't just a turn-based tactical game. This is a mercenary company simulator. You are the commander of a mercenary company. So you choose where you're going to go. You choose how much risk you're going to take. You have to make all the decisions on how your money is being spread around. And in the end, your mistakes can lead to you having millions and millions of C-bills and all the mechs in the world with some of the best pilots around, or you could tank the entire company and get everybody killed. And it's up to you. It comes down to, do you like that kind of game? Because there's as much management in this game as there is actual on-field turn-based combat. And do you like the BattleTech universe? That's the other big thing. The BattleTech universe, I think, is fantastic. It's one of my favorite sci-fi universes. I could play this game all day long. If I had to pick a game to play, for the next year, and I'm not allowed to play anything else, I'd pick BattleTech because I can easily play this for the next year and have in years past. McGregor actually only lost, I think, my Sentinel. Granted, it was an SLDFA Ultra S Autocannon 5. Ouch. But I managed to make an MRD pilot punch out. I think that's what crashed the game. Okay. That's odd that it would crash. That ejecting would crash. So considering the number of ejections we have in this. Yo-Yo Mags, after watching a few of your vids, I installed BEX because I love this game. Do you find that the difficulty spike is a bit much between missions like fighting 3 Lancers to 1 and so on? Yeah, the difficulty can be a little unstable in this. That being said, while it can be annoying, especially when you're streaming and things go tits up, I do actually kind of enjoy it because it does sort of reflect that the information you have isn't always 100% accurate, and you might find yourself in a worst case scenario, which if you've read any of the BattleTech books or looked at any of the expanded lore, shit like that happens a lot. And I also like the fact that 9 times out of 10, if a mission goes sideways and the difficulty level suddenly spikes up, it's always a mission where you're working for the Capellans and they've just screwed you. Because that's also exactly what happens in lore. So, yeah, it can take a bit of getting used to, but I actually do like it as much as it does sometimes bite me in the ass, and it can be frustrating. It's one of those things that, yeah, I actually kind of like. I'll complain about later, I'm sure, but I actually kind of like it. I personally picked up BattleTech because of the sale. I'd say it's totally worth it. Yep, and yeah, I'd recommend getting the expansions on sale as well. The DLC can be a little light on, but a lot of it is required to make the mod options work. At full price, Heavy Metal was fine at full price. The second expansion, I can't remember what it was called now, the first expansion, Flashpoint, was fine at full price. I didn't have a problem with either of those. The Urban Combat expansion, I thought, even on release, was a little light on for what it had in terms of content for what they were charging for it. But all those costs have dropped now, and on sale, picking up all three is yeah, there's not an issue with it. The combination, if you can get BattleTech and all of the expansions on sale, absolutely worth it. The amount of hours you'll put into this, I've got thousands of hours in this game. Its replayability is fantastic, especially even before you consider mods. The replayability is good. The replayability once you've actually got mods, once you've got the mod options in, is almost endless at this point. I mean, as I said, this mod that I'm running now goes from 3025 through to 3061, including all of the timeline events, the clan invasion, and all the technology changes that happen in that timeline. And then you go to BattleTech Advanced, which is 3061 start FedCom Civil War through to past 3100, past the Blakist era, into the Ilkhan era. And I'd be surprised if somebody wasn't working on a mod that started at the Ilkhan era and works up to the current point of the timeline as well. Marauder is the best mech in the game, hands down. I wouldn't say the best mech in the game, but it is the best sniper mech in the game. And if you're looking to collect metal, it is something you absolutely want around, even when you're running full assault lancers. As you saw at the end of the last series that I did on the main campaign, I was running multiple 100-ton mechs, but I kept that Marauder floating around because it can just wander in and just remove something that you need removed, like that. That's new to me, lol, just in case you feel like it's too easy. If it's all you got, then it's all you got, I guess. Your accuracy is always 100% if you're shooting at everything everywhere. BattleTech Vanilla even is still worth it. Yeah, the game itself is just great. It's just, they nailed it. They absolutely nailed it with this one. Best BattleTech universe or MechWarrior universe game that they've released since the early 2000s. What I'm thinking might be different, that the rewards are more tangible and substantial. Loot in XCOM, I can't even remember getting any major benefits from going on missions. In XCOM, it's more about you're a military force going out trying to control things. So your supplies and your ability to gain new equipment is based entirely on your ability to manufacture, which is based on what you control. The resources you get are passive coming out of the areas you control. That allows you to manufacture new equipment. This way is the other way around. If you want new stuff, you can buy it, but you need to make money, which means you need to go on missions to make money, or you can go out and flog it off the battlefield afterwards by salvage, because that's essentially what you're doing. Wandering into the battlefield after you've killed everybody and flogging all their shit. And that's your other option, which is far cheaper, but you can do that as well. But in either case, you have to go into a battle in order to collect the parts or the money. I think I may have installed the mod wrong, something to be honest, because sometimes I just get several crashes in a row on ejections, and sometimes it'll be totally fine. Might reinstall. It might be worth it. It might be worth it. I haven't had a single crash with this mod at all. It's ran flawlessly. It's one of the best parts about it. Also, don't forget to rename the party back before your next mission. I can't until this sequence is over. I can't actually enter the mech lab to do it. I'm just incredibly appreciative that the Lyran Scout was a bloody Atlas. That, yeah, just beautiful. I'm glad they embraced the meme. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure this Flashpoint isn't part of the mod. This Flashpoint is part of the actual game. I haven't done this particular one before, but this is part of the Flashpoint expansion. And this is the main reason I haven't done it is I hang around I don't go near Capellan Space all that often, so yeah. Been listening to BattleTech audiobooks, and I've been playing, honestly, more of the books need to be read into audiobooks. Recently, Trent Sparks has been reading a few. Yeah, I finished another one. Before I get on to this next mission, I'll just give a quick recommendation. Let me load up my Audible. I actually have a code for Audible, for like a sponsorship code. I should probably post that at some point. The one I just finished is BattleTech Embers of War. It's based around just at the end of the Fedcom Civil War, the start of the Blakist era. It's another good one. It has some really great battle sequences in it, and it's got a nice mix of political intrigue in it as well, which is it's a really, really, really good book. Fits the BattleTech universe perfectly. And it's based around mercenary companies too. In particular, there are 2 mercenary companies that are primarily involved with a bunch of political stuff in the background and a whole bunch of really well-described action and battle sequences. So, yeah. Trend Sparks, Embers of War. Recommend that one. Not being paid for the plug, that's just the books that I'm going through at the moment. Compellens Lao equals China. Yeah, pretty much. Space China. And Space Japan is the Draconis Combine. Space Germany is Steiner. I suppose Merrick is as close as you'll get to the Space United States or the Space NATO-y kind of a thing in there. They sort of fit into that sort of category. Federated Suns. I'm not sure what to put the Federated Suns as, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what category to put the Federated Suns in. But yes, the Capellans are Space China. Essentially. Also in XCOM, I'm referring to Enemy Unknown. Well, all the XCOMs work on the same structure, basically. I really suggest BattleTech Forever Faithful. It's on my reading list. I just haven't gotten to it yet. But yeah, if you've got any recommended books, guys, that you've checked out, pop them in the chat so people know. But there's a whole bunch of backstory and lore for this game and this universe that so many people are unaware of. Alright, so we are rotating the party back out. We're going to drop the Wolverine in. We'll keep the Griffin going. Now we need to rotate our pilots. This is the painful part, because they all need a break, because if you run them 2 missions in a row, they take injuries. And they're going to be at least 3 missions here. So we will get Cerberus in the Shadowhawk. Beach Ball is our other scout pilot. Keep the lead spitter in for the extra firepower, or do I rotate out to the Raven? I'll think on that for a second while I've got the other pilots sorted out. Alright, so Drill Bit is our other. Now, I'll put Drill Bit in the Wolverine, and we'll put Tango, who is our new pilot, completely green, no skills, 4 gunnery in the Griffin, because the Griffin, well, it doesn't have to maneuver all that much. Just sit in the back line and lob LRMs until things stop moving. Federated Suns of Space US, in my opinion, or Space England. Space Police State. Yeah, that was sort of my thought, but it's not quite right. It's Federated Suns is almost Space United Kingdom, but old, like Space British Empire, sort of a. I don't know. Yeah, Merrick and the Federated Suns can almost be interchanged between how they work. Yeah, I'm not sure there. I'm sure somebody has a really good example of exactly why one's one to one's the other. But regardless, they work in that sort of an area. Right. Cerberus, Drill Bit, keep the Wolverine, Shadowhawks in. They're fine. They had their armor repaired. We don't need to switch out to any of the lighter mechs for this one. I think I'll keep the Lead Spitter out for this run and just keep the Raven on reserve for the moment. I am concerned if they're pulling an Atlas on me in the first mission. I am concerned about firepower. And the Raven does have less. So we'll see how this goes. So 4 new pilots. This is the B team that we're working on, although Cerberus is a member of the A team and Drillbit is the spare. So
Men warriors, prepare for combat.
Let's hope this works. And we are doing this under tonnage too, so... Okay, then still have no issue smacking down every Capellan Lance I encounter. Oh, no, absolutely. I only work for the Cappies if the Cappies are not doing a mission against anybody else but the pirates, and I have no other options. That's basically how it works. And the reason why I'm in this section of space is because I can jump easily between the Davian and Merrick borders in order to pick up whatever missions we need to pick up. The only reason we're doing this one is because this is... Well, it's a Flashpoint. It's the only Flashpoint that I have available, and it's the only Flashpoint... Well, the only Flashpoint that I have available that's within my tonnage range, and we need to drag some heavier metal off the field. And this seemed like a good option. And so far, this has paid out pretty well. I mean, we've got 2 parts of an Atlas on the first mission. We have at least 2, potentially 3 more missions left to go. I'm hoping there's no more than 3, because I don't have the pilots for any more than 3. And all my pilots will be broken by the time it's done. They'll all need at least a week's downtime. I mean, the Federated Suns have the whole liberating people, protecting freedom thing going for them. It's true, although Merrick does have that to a certain amount, and it's got the whole united free choice factions thing going on. You know, it's a united space nation of free worlds that all allowed to make their own choices but are under a central government thing. It sounds kind of familiar, so yeah, it's hard to call between those two. At least I've always found it hard to call between those two and which way they
Command
go. But
interface
combined,
initiated.
Merrick and Davian definitely probably represent what we'd consider the modern West. Alright, Commander McEvedy. We've been waiting for you. Welcome to Jessup Downs, the unofficial armpit of Gunther. For some reason, the Lyrians have seen fit to send one of their heavy patrols in our direction. We could use your help to eliminate it. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Okay, so here's where we start pulling some tonnage. I've got your back, Jailbird. See to it that you and your Lance... We didn't select any new options for this mission, so we must be permanently on the... on the 2 salvage option for every mission. Or did I... No, we didn't skip through that. We just weren't given one. Alright, so we're going to be pulling 2 salvage every mission. Alright, that's... Okay, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. Don't worry, we've been holding our own for a long time now, both on and off the battlefield. We know to protect one another when it counts. Alright, we're on the field, ready to fight, Commander. You turn their asses our way and we'll give them a nice hard kick. Roger that, Jailbird. Let's take them out. Alright, so we have heavy mechs on the field. But once again, one of their mechs must survive. The Steiner Heavy Patrol is up here. So, urban environment. We have a main highway running down to this intersection with the large roundabout, which is just off our deployment. We have an elevated section here that goes up to the next street. Directly north we would have to go around, but we can go in one and go up, and that will be fine. I'm just looking for spots where the terrain is potentially going to block mechs without jump jets. Okay, so up here, this section of the map, hopefully this comes through the stream clearly enough. I know this dark section can sometimes be a bit jarbled, but this is all raised. It's a raised platform. You cannot traverse that without jump jets. So we can get up to their side, but if they were to dig into these buildings, we would have to flank them and they would be able to shoot down on us. Otherwise, I don't see too many major issues. So, terrain-wise, we're relatively okay.
Waiting for orders.
So, Beach Ball can go in first.
Okay, let's go.
First, move
Position
out,
confirmed.
get the whole lance together. Hopefully they got some nice jump jetter capable heavies that like to jump on top of buildings so we can blow the buildings out from underneath them. Alright, so 2 mechs. Alright, catch you later, Grievous. Though if we want Space Texas, that's the Turians. Yeah, I'd pay that. I'd pay that. If you like Trent Sparks' audiobook style, it suggests the Shadowrun Secret of Power saga, obviously based on Shadowrun universe, and is dope. Yeah, I've got some Shadowrun novels here as well. I'm a fan. Not as much of a fan as I am of BattleTech, but I very much like the Shadowrun universe as well. I do have to play the Shadowrun RPGs at some point too. I have them both. I haven't played them. But yeah, I do love me some good cyberpunk. I would love to see a high-budget Shadowrun game made. Closest to Space US is the Turian Concordant, but that's my 3 cents. I think that's more of just a Space Texas thing. It's more, yeah, just them. That's, well, those related states anyway.
Commander?
Right. Now I need to start thinking about this. So, I might jump the lead spitter
Engaging
onto
jump
the
jet.
building. Let's see what they've got. Alright, so first mech of the Heavy Lance is a Stinger. Not exactly what I would consider a heavy.
Waiting
But
for orders.
that's just me. Now, that gives us a clear line of sight without the buildings obstructing the arc of the missiles, so we should be fine there.
Got it.
So the Stinger is likely the scout of the Lance.
Hey.
Let's do a sprint up to the corner and hold.
All
Not
right.
gonna breach the corner till the next turn. That way we can turn and shoot. When they say heavy lance, I would expect 4 heavies, but apparently no. And a Phoenix Hawk. That's not exactly what I
go.
would consider heavy either. Let's get the Wolverine. Sprint it just to the corner, ready to breach. So far, tonnage is actually fairly similar to our own. Federated Sons is Disney, a Cersei 1960s. Well, I watched a video the other day that informed me that Disney is the second largest buyer of explosives in the world, so I have no argument.
Standing by.
Right. Yeah, let's get offensive. Risky to put the lead spitter right out front, but want to start reducing some of that that Phoenix Hawk's mobility. Right, so we have an Enforcer and a Trebuchet. Yeah, this is a medium lance. This isn't a heavy lance.
Oh,
I can put a heavier lance than this on the table.
no. You say so.
Don't be putting too many shots at the lead spitter, though.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Alright, Wolverine. Gonna move you in as well. Same deal.
You betcha.
Keep unloading into this
This
Phoenix
is
Hawk.
good.
MagzTV, who's Space Australia then?
Yes,
That
Commander.
is actually a really good question. Would be straight. None of the major factions. I mean, almost Free Racial Republic. No, not really. Space Australia is almost just the periphery
I
in
copy.
general. I'm on Shadowrun Hong Kong at the moment. It's good, but they really got to work on the bugs. That's kind of sad to hear. It's been out for ages. I thought the bugs would have been sorted out. Also, be great if you could transfer your characters from the other games in the series. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, especially considering how much world jumping the Shadowrun books do, especially the originals. The one that I can't remember his name now, but he becomes a shaman. It's been years since I've read it, but... the mods to play the first game, the other two adds in features into the OG game. Spirit Fox in before Atlas. Look, if another Atlas shows up, it'll actually make me happy, okay? Because that means I can pull another 2 Atlas parts off the field and come out of this with an Atlas, in which case...
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm still going to kick the teeth of the Capellans in every time I get the opportunity, but I'm going to be more polite about it because they got me an Atlas. Alright, so... no,
Waiting
Beach Ball
for
first.
orders.
We are going to do a jump with Beach Ball. Can we get... We can't. That's the best we can do. Yeah, I'll take that risk.
10-4.
Gonna hop the back of the Phoenix Hawk.
Acknowledge.
God, the Cappies are slow. We've been engaged with the entire Lance and they still haven't arrived yet. The Trebuchet is just showing up. Evasion saves the Lead Spitter again. Small amount of damage to the armor, but nothing major.
I hear ya.
Good. Wolverine. Now's the part where we start
Coordinates
tanking
received.
shots, which I'm not going to look forward to. From the AC5 off. It's 50-50. Yeah, we'll turn. Screw it, we'll leave it on. It's only a 50-50.
All
Probably going to
weapons
miss, but
are
we'll leave it
go.
on. There's the move on the Phoenix Hawk.
Critical hit! Critical hit!
Yes, I know, that's why I'm
Standing by.
trying to get rid of the Phoenix Hawk, because I don't like its 10% damage bonus whenever it actually moves. So we want to keep raining shit
Got
on
it.
it until it stops moving.
Target confirmed.
The Stinger I'll just slap in melee, although into the rear armor is not good, because that means it's just blown straight through the rear armor of the Shadow Hawk.
Internal structure disintegrating. Moving to position.
$28. Yeah, cold shot on that leg. If we can take the leg out from
Locking
under
in
it.
target.
The bloody Phoenix Hawks. They're just annoying enough that you need to focus on them, but not good enough to actually make out a major field of. Comstar is Apple. Yes, that was established. We know who they are. Seeing a blip on your sensors. Affirmative, Jailbird. We've got an incoming Steiner drop pods. They're making a projected LZ on screen. Great. We've got backups. We haven't even taken out the first mech of this launch yet. And we're getting... Prick. Stop shooting my Shadowhawk in the back.
No. Yes, Commander.
Where can we move to that will keep you within range of... 4 evasion is about all we're going to be able to do.
Affirmative. Send 4.
Alright, one of the arms is gone. That's half the
Good.
Phoenix Hawk's
Critical hit.
weapons taken out. Yeah, the Phoenix Hawk's the primary target here. It looks like we're going to have to replace the Phoenix Hawk for the next mission.
Pummeled.
That's a problem.
Waiting for orders.
Alright, drill bit in the Wolverine.
Uh-huh. Commencing Alpha Strike. Want some more,
enough?
huh?
Alright, that's a knockdown. Come on, you chicken shit cappies, get into the fight. That one is the one that's in the building. Still engaging the Shadowhawk.
Ready for orders.
Alright. Well, in that case, Tango. Damn it. The Griffin's just in a bad spot here at the moment.
Affirmative.
Need to finish the Phoenix Hawk while it's down. Pilot's panicked and still not ejecting. Space Australia would be the Urano Restoration in the BattleTech story. No, the Urano Restoration was a monarchy. Urano Restoration was a monarchy that had some level of no, definitely wouldn't be Urano. We need to get further out.
I'm there.
So we get a few evasion. No, we didn't really get any. God's sakes, just kill the Phoenix Hawk. And it's still alive. What's that, 8 or 9 rounds of attacks on that thing at the moment, and it's still alive. The pilot's been panicking about 3 times in a row, and he's still going. Fucking hate Phoenix Hawks. So they're not just weeb mechs, they're the mech equivalent of syphilis. Except when you're driving them. When you're driving them, they get blown up almost instantly every single time without fail. Alright, we're going to get 3 evasion pips out of this one. Lead Splitter. Let's go for round 9 of attacks on the Phoenix Hawk and see whether or not we can actually kill it this time.
All weapons are go.
Nope, survives again, and the pilot won't eject even with panic level critical. That's the 3rd round of the Cappy shooting. Yay, the pilot finally got out of the mech. For Christ's sakes, the Atlas was easier to kill.
Oh boy, heavy hit there. Waiting on you, Commander.
Of course, we've just had 4 more mechs land that we're going to have to deal with now. Alright,
Moving out.
Wolverine back. Let's start off. We do a little bit of urban reconstruction.
Got it. Brought it down, Commander.
The Cappies would stop hanging around in the back lines playing with themselves in this goddamn Stinger. What makes Comstar Apple?
Receiving you.
Okay, what makes Comstar Apple? Comstar is a quasi-religious organization that worships technology that will outrageously defend, both by legal and other means, all technology that they consider to be their own, which is everything that they choose to use and decide that's own. They are attempting or have managed to completely achieve global control or interstellar control of all communications networks, forcing you to always use Comstar-related products in order to be able to communicate with anybody. They reserve the right to renege the warranties on any of their technology and any of their equipment at any time, including down to releasing updates that will shut down that technology permanently, preventing you from being able to use it. They demand that you pay bills and licensing fees on all of that technology. They refuse to let anybody that is not Comstar repair any Comstar technology, regardless of where it's located in the universe. And they paint all of their mechs and all their buildings stark white. So, anybody going to disagree that Comstar is what has happened if you let Apple take control of interstellar communications? It's...
Location confirmed.
It doesn't take much of an interpretation to work that one out.
Yes, Commander. On my way.
Holy shit. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Freedom. You didn't have to drop in a donation. But thank you very much. If Comstar are successful, then they aren't Telstra. Well, communications have been a bit sketchy, and not to spoil the...
I'm being flanked.
Oh, god damn it. Not to spoil some of the storylines,
Done.
but
Structure
they
damage.
do get into sort of a civil war with themselves at a much later point than we're playing in the game, in the storyline. And when that happens,
here.
they do manage to work out how to not only break interstellar communications, but how to break jump points. So they managed to break interstellar navigation in the process as well. They're a piece of work. Comstar are assholes. They're horrible, 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 terrible assholes. Right, so what's the best way to do this? Alright, so we had 2 points on this Stinger. Actually, best bet, the lead spit is actually running fairly hot. This is going to kill our evasion, but we kind of need to do a cool-off attack on the Stinger, and we need to get this Stinger out of the way. Hip destroyed. Come on with the crits.
Reporting critical hit.
Vulcan. Come on. The Stinger's got to go, so the rest of the Cappies will actually shoot at something else. Which might actually get the, get Steiner to stop shooting at my damn Shadowhawk.
Good to go.
It. Get point blank in on the rear. Force has just got too much. I'm spread in too many different spots at the moment. And nobody's in the buildings. I need to get all my mechs regrouped up. Because we're getting pulled apart and we're getting flanked hard.
Take this!
In hindsight, I would actually probably be doing better now. Ow, I was waiting for that.
I lost. We're
And
down
there goes
a mech, Commander.
Fuck. Well, we had a Shadowhawk. Ironically, I would be doing better at the moment if we had both the lead spitters on the field and I dropped the Griffin.
Position confirmed. Engaging target.
At least the other Lance hasn't arrived yet. Come on, Cappies, get on the field and shoot things. Playing with your dick in the back corner. No, Comstar doesn't have any competitors. Well, yeah, not until they have their little civil war. You clearly have never dealt with pre-split AT&T because that sums them up well. Save for the whole paint, save for the white paint. Yeah, we need to get the lead spitter moving. It's got no evasion. From Zan, now this communication is being monitored by Comstar. Pay your C bills or get wasted by the comm guards. Yeah, pretty much. Comstar, pay your fucking bills.
Commander?
A more iconic tagline has never... Well, actually, there's probably a few, but it's one of them. We're in the shit here, boys and girls.
Coordinates received.
Get the Stinger Wyatts down.
Affirmative.
Or we just will not get the Stinger Wyatts down. We haven't even got shots on that trebuchet yet.
Reading you.
Yeah, I'm thinking heavy patrol wasn't actually an indication of the mechs that they're carrying. I'm just the amount of shots that it's taking to break these pilots. I'm pretty sure this is entirely down to pilot skill.
Engaging jump jets.
What are their ranks? It's gunner, but it doesn't say much more than that. Take off the leg. There we go.
Target down.
Alright, the Stinger's finally dealt with. So now maybe the Cappies will start shooting. Yep, the trebuchet will do. I'll take that. Your floor was expecting the Capellans to be useful. Yes, that's fair. That is fair. That being said, you're a bit unfair towards Apple, Mag. I can't stand Apple. I loathe Apple.
Receiving you.
Everything that they do. Everything that they do is anti-consumer. I really, really cannot begin to describe how much I loathe Apple. That said, because I do graphic design, they do unfortunately have a couple of pieces of tech that happen to be near or very close to, like near or at best in field for my particular area, and that annoys me even more because I know that at some point down the track, I'm going to have to probably wind up buying Apple product. I can't stand them, but they've got the best in field equipment, and so I'm probably going to have to, and it gives them the shits, but what can you do?
Damage is light.
To be fair, when I mentioned the first part of that too, the quasi-religious organization, that wasn't so much of something of so much of Apple's side of things, but more the people that seem to just worship Apple, you know, generally referred to as hipsters. Or at least they were at one time. I have no idea what they're being called nowadays. Yeah, it's more the cult that formed around the product than something that Apple themselves did. Where in the BattleTech universe, Comstar is very much a cult. Down to, even before the split, having religious sects within it. They're as close to, for those of you who have played Warhammer 40k before, or have followed Warhammer 40k, Comstar is as close as you'll get to the Mechanicus in the BattleTech universe. That's probably where they sit. They don't quite fully worship technology. They worship themselves and see technology as the means of worship.
Got it.
Get this trench bucket to finally pop. At least with Apple, you can always buy someone else's phones. Pre-split AT&T, you won't allow the choice of dealing with somebody else. Well, AT&T is just a telecommunications company. Like, AT&T is US only, and I have no idea about how they are or anything else. Apple's global, so I actually have to deal with Apple. AT&T doesn't exist in Australia. It doesn't exist outside the United States. So that's an internal problem that you guys will have to deal with at some point, if you haven't already. I mean, the space AT&T joke is as old as anything else, so I have no idea if it's still a problem. But yeah, I do know that they were terrible at one point.
Fire all weapons.
Yes! Alright. We're finally starting to get some kills back. So now we just gotta go find that Enforcer and get rid of it, and then find out what this next round's going to be. If it was me, I'd be pretty much put the mechs directly behind the cappies, so Steiner would have to shoot through the cappies to get to me. That works really well in theory, providing the cappies actually advance. Otherwise, you're hanging all the way at the back of the mech, back of the field, scratching your balls, waiting for them to finally do something, which is why I advance forward. Unfortunately, the AI does tend to be a little slow, and it does tend to put itself in bad positions. Alright, I know your accuracy is not particularly great, Tango, but surely you can hit a building. You can, but not enough to drop the building. Alright, we really need to drop that building. Or the cappies can drop the building, that's fine, that works too. Yep, that got some fall damage on the Enforcer. That's the second building it's fallen off. I think that one just lost a leg. Alright, first reinforcement mechs are about to arrive. There's one moving up here, and we've got another one here, so we need to deal with these guys as quickly as possible. Alright, so this will give us let us unload with the lead spitter with beach ball, and it's going to ID exactly
10-4.
what this mech is, and we should have full evasion. Alright, so the first mech coming in is just another Stinger. I'm going to pull one of the medium lasers off on this one.
10-4.
AC-10 destroyed, so that
Good. A critical hit.
helps. All shot on the head. Call shot on the legs. The legs are both knackered. That's why we blew it off 2 buildings. Ah, and they're in the rear arc of the Wolverine.
This is getting serious. Waiting for orders.
Right, can I get...
On my way.
Yeah, we got to get rid of this Stinger. Otherwise it's going to do the same thing. It's going to peel the rear armor off the...
Commencing Alpha Strike.
Left leg destroyed. Heatsink destroyed.
Critical hit, Commander.
Alright, so the mobility of the Enforcer is just about destroyed now. Surely they can finish it off. Now, quasi-religious is still fair, but I think they're not as anti-consumer as you think. If you look at things from their point of view. Oh, I've looked at things from their point of view. The recent one where they shut down the Apple store, the Apple repair store, and stole everybody's equipment. They refused to give it back to the customers. That was that's their consumer policy. That was the latest one that they've done.
Yes, Commander.
They were also the company that released the updates that were intentionally causing phones to slow down and lose performance to try and encourage people to upgrade too, were they not? I'm pretty sure that was a thing as well that was proven.
Engage.
I mean, they're not...
Starting to cook.
Yeah, we need to start cooling mechs off. They're not the single most anti-consumer company in the world. I actually think John Deere might potentially be worse than them. But they're getting up there. They are getting up there. I also don't rank, like I've said on streams before, I don't mind Elon Musk, and I'm looking to hopefully get his space internet down here and fix my internet connection at some point in time. But I'm not a particular fan of Tesla either. I wouldn't buy a Tesla. They're the way they treat their consumers as well. They are terrible. Teslas are awful.
Reading you.
I wouldn't... Like, even if we had all the infrastructure to support electric cars in Australia, I wouldn't touch a Tesla. Not with their, yeah, not with the way that they do their...
Copy that. Copy that.
Yeah, not with the way they treat their consumers. Sorry, just trying to work out how I'm going to get through 7 points of evasion pips on that Stinger. That's going to be a pain in the ass. B Apple, still repair equipment, leave, refuse to elaborate. Yeah, pretty much. And any companies that legally try and get access to the materials they need to actually perform repairs on hardware that they refuse to repair, sue them. Sue them and take all the legally acquired materials. Petition and lobby to have Border Control and Customs take ownership of any imported materials that were legally acquired as second-hand componentry to perform repairs, to deny independent repairers from being able to actually repair stuff. Yes, for anybody wondering, I do watch Lewis Rossman.
Good to go.
I do keep tabs on things that are going on there, and yes, I am pro right to repair, so I'm... Even the people that I might like, and the companies that I might like the products of, I am very, 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 very against some of the anti-consumer policies that they pull. And Apple I don't like in general, so... That was before they did anti-consumer stuff, so I'm probably slightly biased there, but I fully admit that. Alright, so we have a Stinger. We have 2 Stingers. Oh, God. Where is... Ah, there. It's a Shadowhawk. Okay, so that's what we've got to deal with.
Commander.
Alright, so let's do a long move. Can I get 3 evasion? No, 2 is the best I can get. We're going to go for a long move. Get the Griffin offside.
Roger.
Now, we're not going to be able to fire the medium lasers from here, so hopefully this will actually allow us, it will allow us some cooling down. And we're actually going to start... No, that's still going to overheat us. No, I think we're just going to have to let it... Going to have to let the Griffin cool down for a turn. It's just on its heat limit.
Waiting for orders.
Right. So we've got to be cautious with the Wolverine because we've lost all of our back armor. Structure's fine. We've taken a slight lick on the structure. But even those stingers, if they get behind us, are now extremely dangerous. So we need to keep the evasion on the Wolverine high, and we've got to keep our range.
Right, Commander.
The thing we also need to be concerned about with the Wolverine at the moment, although we're still doing okay, is the Wolverine has an AC-5 and 2 SRM-6s. It's completely ammunition reliant. We've actually got to be concerned about that with the Firestarter as well, because while it does carry a couple of tons of 50 cal ammo in board, it's got 6 machine guns, so it's chewing through a lot of ammo really fast, and when that runs out, it's down to 2 medium lasers. So we have a couple of fairly ammunition-dependent mechs here. Alright. It's almost not worth doing the precision shots. With the evasion that high, I need to save the precision shots for when I've got one of these mechs stripped.
All weapons are go.
It's better just for the RNG roll.
That's a critical hit.
It's amazing. At the moment, I'm more scared of these 2 stingers than I am of the Shadowhawk in the background. Just because we've lost 1 mech, and the Wolverine, which I kind of need to stay as intact as it is, so it gets an armor repair, or hopefully gets an armor repair before the next mission. If they get into its rear, 4 medium lasers between them, they'll core it.
I'm here.
We are going to just move for 4.
Move order received.
And we're going to shut down the lead spitter as well because it's on its heat. It's fully heat loaded. Come on, Cappies, do some work for me. Let's get closer. On 1 pip, I do a shot. We actually get a shot at it beforehand, though. Are we going to get a shot at the stinger before it moves? It's going to stay where it is and fire. Okay.
Minor damage, Commander.
It's the Shadowhawk. Engaging the Vulcan, that's okay. Alright.
Commander?
The other one go. Jumped off side. Okay. Cool. Cool. Really, there's the only place we can't really move on this one, which is annoying, but we'll do it. Precision strike. Before the stinger gets a chance to move. Center torso, AC5, SRM6, SRM4.
Critical hit.
hopefully the Cappies can finish it off now. Jump jet's destroyed. That takes away some of it. Yeah, okay, that's good. I would rather it dead, but we can kill its maneuverability.
Waiting for orders.
Move Tango around, pull the smalls. We're going to go for a full LRM dump again.
Roger.
Left leg destroyed. That'll cause it to
That
collapse.
hit something good.
Not enough to kill the pilot, and not enough to make him punch out.
Yes, Commander. Affirmative.
How much ammo have we got left in this thing? 130 across all guns.
Target locked.
Ooh, I was sort of hoping that would be a kill.
Recording critical hit.
Come on, Cicada, finish it off. And you take out the building.
Waiting for orders.
God damn it. Bloody Cappies.
Standing by.
Alright. Suppose we just rain on the Shadow Hawk a
Locking
little
up.
bit. It's gonna get focused
Armor's
next.
holding. Good to go.
We need... Yeah, we've got to get up this street. We don't really have a choice.
Double
We'll
time.
have to get the lead spitter up and around to give it some reinforcement as well. Because they're fighting from this raised area, like I said that they might. So you need jump jets to be able to negotiate it, otherwise you're stuck on the lowland.
Reading you.
Alright, so I am going to bug out into the trees.
Engaging jump jet.
Disengage and regroup. Hopefully this will force the Cappies to come in and actually take some shots. Alright, we got that Stinger finally. Well, it's not true, not exactly true, Matthew. Like, I'll
Commander?
acknowledge, as I said before, some of the best
Commander?
equipment, but particularly if you're looking for a mobile solution as a graphic designer, the Apple iPad Pro is significantly better than any other piece of equipment on the market for a mobile graphic design tablet, and it competes even against the Wacom Syntex in terms of performance, and that's a $5,000
I copy.
professional graphic design 32-inch screen. And yeah, the iPad will compete in terms of performance. It is the iPad Pro with the Apple Pencil and the appropriate software on board, and it's a fantastic piece of kit. I'll give Apple all of the props on the places that they do build good hardware. The newest Apple laptops with the I forget the name of the chip, but the new chip that they put into them is by all accounts nothing short of astounding on what they're capable of doing, particularly in workstation workloads. So for my state, graphic design and video editing workloads, apparently nothing short of amazing on what they're actually capable of doing. My issue isn't with the hardware proper, it's with everything that they do around that hardware. And that's where and the price tags they attach to them too. Like ridiculously high, like some of the most expensive costs on the market. $1,000, was it the iMac? One of the iMacs was $1,000 for the stand, and you had to buy it separately. Shit like that. And then there's the way they handle their support. Like, yes, they do offer long-term support. They also intentionally break phones with updates and have been proven to do so. They have some really shady shit in regards to repair. For all the good hardware they produce, they have so many negatives that, yeah, I still don't like them, even though the hardware itself might be okay. And as I said that, having said that, at some stage in the future, I'm probably going to need a mobile solution for my design work. In which case, I'm probably going to have to get one of the Apple iPad Pros.
Good to go.
I don't really want to, but it's so much better than any other mobile solution on the market for the cost. Like I don't really have a choice, so that will be what I get, and that's not a negative against Apple that I don't have a choice. That's nobody else has actually built something that competes on that level. I'll give them props where it's due. It's just, yeah, it's everything else. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go for the 3 here, and we're going to have to intercept that Stinger and kill it, because it's the biggest threat to the Wolverine, but then we can get side. Damn it, I should have looked at that more closely. It's going to be slightly... we'll take the risk. We'll take the risk with the shot. We'll do a precision strike to increase our chances, because I want that torso. That torso's got the AC5 in it. If we can take that out and the left arm... What's in the left arm on this one? Nothing. It's just a shield.
Firing everything I've got.
Well, some of it hit at least. Yeah, it is slight. I do find it slightly amusing that the discussion of the joke about Comstar being Space Apple, which I still think is pretty apt, has turned into a pro-negative Apple discussion on a BattleTech stream.
Yes, Commander.
It's almost like the joke about the quasi-religious thing might actually be fairly close to home. Don't you agree? That people can be polarized about fucking Apple.
Target for an alpha strike. Scored a critical hit.
Man, I can deal with this, guys, but seriously, if you start Xbox versus PlayStation arguments in my chat, I'm gonna start banning people. Looks like we've nearly taken a leg off that Shadowhawk, just looking at that. I would say Comstar is more like Space Telstra. They're a telecommunications company. No, see, Comstar actually, for all of its problems, does provide a reliable service. Telstra, on the other hand...
Commander?
I would stream a lot more regularly if I Although, to be fair, NBN isn't Telstra, but... The comment still stands, I feel. Although, having said that, in law, I've mentioned this before, I'll mention it again, it's probably worth mentioning, Comstar's home offices are based in Australia in BattleTech law. They're just outside of Sydney. And there we go, there's the
Critical
AC-5
hit,
ammo
Commander.
explosion. That gets rid of its big gun. And it looks like they've only... No. Additional Steiner forces, 25%. We've only popped one mech. Where's the third mech? We got the Stinger before was one of them. We've got the second Stinger here. We've got the Shadowhawk. We seem to be short a mech.
Receiving you.
I think we're short a mech. That's actually kind of concerning. Because the only way anything wouldn't have arrived into the battle right now if it's slow.
Lockdown time.
Looks like she dumped the AC into the building. Yeah. The problem is here I've got a little bit of a B team, so all the gunnery is a little bit crap as well, just to top it off. We might... Yes, we will. I'm going to go for the melee hit on the Stinger.
Ha!
Right leg destroyed. That works out nicely. And the lead spitter mag dumps
critical hit.
the Stinger before it hits the ground. Well, we can't see it because there's a building in the way. That's probably my biggest complaint. The dynamic cameras in this can sometimes be a bit I do like them, but just occasionally it just puts the camera behind something so you can't see what's going on. I think it was another trebuchet missile boating. It could be, although I haven't seen a huge amount coming in. We'll work that one out in a second. All right.
Orders?
Waiting for orders.
Gonna be blocked. Where is the best spot? That's the only spot I can get a clear line of sight onto the Shadowhawk. There it is there. There's the missing mech. It's in behind the buildings there, where I couldn't see it. No, we need to focus on the Stinger.
Affirmative.
The Shadowhawk with its big gun removed is less of an issue. And look at those hit rates.
All weapons are go.
We can pop the Stinger, that cuts their mobility, and then we can just surround and encircle and destroy everything that's left. Plus the Cappy seem to be fairly interested in keeping the Shadowhawk under wraps, so at the very least I'll keep it tight. Alright, slight change of plan. We're going to blow the building out from under the Shadowhawk.
Damage minor.
We are going to blow the building out from under the Shadowhawk. Medium lasers on.
Roger that.
Be enough? Yes.
Target eliminated.
That destroyed that right leg.
Yes, Commander.
Let's do a jump.
10-4.
And we're about to run out of ammo.
Affirmative. Scored a critical hit.
Shadowhawk's down. Right. And Griffin just got opened up.
My internals are taking a beating.
17 rounds in and we're still going. Nice. Okay, so that's Stinger down, so that just leaves the last mech,
Good to go.
which we don't actually have an ID on yet.
Moving to position.
Whatever it is, we're about to find out what it is, because it's going to have to move out in order to be able to locate targets. And everybody gets a chance to cool their mechs off now.
Waiting for orders.
Just so you guys know, not trying to argue, just discuss. No, I know. That was why the piss take comment about the Xbox and PlayStation as well. I'm just making fun. I wouldn't ban anybody for any of that crap. Right. Now we can see what you are. Thunderbolt. Ooh, that would actually be nice to bring off the field, although I'm not sure I've got enough ammo to be able to pull it apart efficiently at the moment.
Reading you.
Yeah, Beach Ball runs out of ammunition on her next shot with the MGs and goes down to medium lasers. So,
Location confirmed.
we actually managed to run the lead spitter out of ammo, so that's 2 tons of 50 cal we've gone through. 2? Yeah, I think it's got 2. I think it's got a ton in each leg. So 2 tons of 50 cal ammo that we've chewed through in this mission. I don't think I've ever ran one of these out of ammo before.
Ready for orders.
Alright, well, let's start.
Got it.
Raining.
Commander?
See if we can get a flank on with the Wolverine. So the mech's slowly turning up, so an Annihilator it is. Not gonna lie, I was concerned there for a moment.
I'm here.
Right. We can jump. Get right into the rear arc. And you know what? I'm going to drop a precision strike on this because it's got no evasion, and this is our last round in the lead spitter, so let's rip this thing's ass open. That's it. She's out of ammo. She's got the 2 medium lasers, but that's it. Yep, all 6 of them. I don't even think that was a full volley out of all the guns either. Come on, Cappies. The target's down here. Down here. Come on.
Waiting for orders.
I don't really feel like shirt fronting a Thunderbolt. And I might have to, at least for a little bit. Precision strike again. Right, so layout on this one. The SRM6 is on the left. Nothing in the arm. We might go for precision strike and see if we can get through.
Affirmative.
I think all the ammo's in the right torso on this one, which we're not hitting from the right side. But they are, so that's alright.
Waiting for orders.
And I'll drop precision strike again. Let's go for the head with the LRMs and see if we can get lucky.
Roger that.
Nope. No hits to the head, unfortunately. This could hurt. Structure exposed. Yep. That's...
Big hit. That was a big hit.
Yeah, time to get some range. The upside here
Reading you.
is that has completely exposed the rear of the Thunderbolt
Lifting off.
to the Cappies all coming in from this side.
Firing on rear arc.
And that looks like all of its armor's going into the center torso. So, providing these guys can actually shoot, or get into position to shoot,
Yes, Commander. Confirmed. On your tail.
shielding crit, come on. I want to end this.
Good to go.
Try and work out how the hell I'm going to do the next mission.
Affirmative. Got it.
Going after the Wolverine. Not surprising. So I'm going to have to disengage the Wolverine around the corner.
Yes, Commander.
Go for the rear arc again on the lead spitter, which is not spitting a hell of a lot of lead at the moment.
Copy that.
Come on, Cappies. Come on. Hey, there we go. Pilot incapacitated. Well, that was a marathon. Well, that's that, Commander. The patrol's down. There's nothing left to fight. You're as skilled as Lady Miranda said you'd be. You're much better than your buddy Chevelle led us to believe. Lady Miranda teamed you up with Chevelle. Wonderful. It would say I'm surprised she warned you about me. She's the reason I was rotting in prison before the Lyrans decided to invade. On what charge? Conduct unbecoming an officer. Fraternization with her husband, if you care about such matters. But it was the most serious charge was assaulting a fellow officer. For what it's worth, I regret my part in what happened, but that doesn't change the past. Past doesn't matter right now. It's the future we need to be concerned about. Damn right. Keep your comms open. Lady Miranda will be in contact soon to discuss our next steps.
Mission successful.
Okay. Wait, how many missions do you need to do without a break? 3 or 4. I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't tell me. So yeah, between 3 and 5 roughly on this. So for a medium length mission. So I am a little concerned now. I'm starting to think maybe I don't quite have the tonnage for this. Yeah, just about everything took a bit of a licking on this one. Cerberus was uninjured. That's good. The ejection system worked as intended. Cerberus punched out. The Shadow Hawk is a mess. The Wolverine's only got a back armor problem, so that's fine. Griffin, bit of side armor. Yeah, a little bit of an armor on these ones. It's mainly the Shadowhawk that's the problem. So it's out for the moment. Alright, so we have 2 pieces of an Enforcer, and we have 1 in stock. We have 3 pieces of a Phoenix Hawk in stock and 1 extra, so we can make some money there. Two, 3. I think we just got another Shadowhawk, guys. We have no parts of the Thunderbolt. But we have 2, 3. I think we just pulled a Shadowhawk and a Trebuchet, and we'll roll on the rest. Let's see what we get. We get nothing else. We get nothing else. Yeah, I think we may have just pulled 2 mechs. 50 and 55 ton are nothing too impressive, but it means we've got some more backups to work with. Or at least not now, but we will have once we put them together. And just a bunch of random junk. And we're going to get dumped straight into Mission 3. And now I'm going to have to work out exactly what the hell we're going to do. Whatever it is, we're going to have to put the A-team in. Siegebreaker 2, High Orbit, Mitchell. Marina Lau, Commander McEvedy, Cheval, Jailbird, you've all done well. Thanks to your actions, Illyrian Commonwealth forces have been divided. Battle mechs that should be standing sentry instead of chasing ghosts. Their absence presents us with an opportunity for your families, for your home. We must take advantage of it. Your target is Zagelhaus? I have no idea. A hardened structure within spotting distance of the militia HQ. The architect of the siege, Hauptmann General Alistar. Okay, so yes, Steiner, Space Germany. Has blockaded the city for personal reasons. If he dies, the siege will end with him. Personal reasons hard. Appreciate it if you could expand on that. The Hauptmann General initiated this siege over the annulment of his marriage. Oh, God. His former bride, who I will not name, fled the Commonwealth for her own safety. At my request, she was granted sanctuary in Gunther. The siege was... sieged a city of millions because his wife ran out on him. Yep, this is a BattleTech storyline. This works. This makes sense. Okay. Alright, so... Cheval, he's a dead man. I'll choke him till his tongue goes purple, then rip it out and strangle him with it. Our people have languished in torment for what? The rat pig bastard's marital woes? That's fair. Alan Jailbird, it's funny hearing that sentiment coming from you. The old saying about pots and kettles comes to mind. This isn't the time. No, it isn't, but you should hold on to that anger, mech warriors. You'll need it soon enough. Commander, you've done a superb job of rallying our troops. Now I need you to lead them to destroy Zagelhaus, or whatever that is. Eliminate him and lift the siege. I'll be in contact when the job is done. Lady Marina's image flickers and dies as her connection is cut out. Alright, killing Dobriscu may put an end to the siege, but it won't be enough. We need to make sure there's someone left to pick up the pieces after the siege has been lifted. That means protecting the militia HQ, even if we have to divide our forces to do it. We're going to have to bring the Zagelhaus to defend the militia HQ against possible counterattack simultaneously. That's a dicey proposition. Alright, so this is looking like an attack and defense mission. Great. I know where we're at. This is a whole all hands on deck situation, Cheval. That means you and Jailbird are going to have to stop bickering and work together. With respect, Commander, I will not deploy with that woman, period. She tried to kill me. Did she tell you that? Planted 8 inches of steel in one of my kidneys. I nearly bled out before the medics got to me. And I've spent the last 2 years wasting away in a windowless cell because of it. If you've ever seen the inside of a compelling prison, Commander, trust me, you don't want to. Breaking this siege is my chance of redeeming myself, and I won't let anyone take it from me. I'll even fight alongside Cheval if I have to. I'm going to get a choice here. I won't give you the chance. You're beyond redemption. You belong in that cell. Commander McEvedy, you need to make a choice. Will you deploy it alongside a backstabber, or will you take the field with me? Either way, I intend to do my duty. I'm a proud member of the Mitchell Planetary Militia. I will defend my home. Okay, so we got a decision to make. Flashpoint decision, deploy with Chevelle and her lance. Okay, Chevelle, your lance is with me. Jailbird, you and your pals will have to sit this one out. Flashpoint decision, deploy with Jailbird and her lance. I don't like ultimatums. I'm going with Jailbird's lance. Chevelle, you keep out of the AO. Deploy alone. You two can play nicely. Yeah, we're not deploying alone. We don't have the tonnage. We have to pick one. Alright, so Chevelle said will not deploy at all. Jailbird said will deploy. Doesn't like Chevelle, but was willing to deploy alongside him for the chance. I'm kind of tempted to go with Jailbird on this one. Just quickly checking through chat while I'm having a think about this. Depends on the flashpoint. I think the longest one is 4. I think it's set to 3. I hope so, because that'll make this the last mission. Oh, there's 5. Blimey, haven't come across some of those. Yeah, it comes down. Is your short, your mediums, and your longs. Short deployments are generally 2 to 3. Mediums can be, I think, 2 to 4 or 2 to 5. And then there's long deployments, which can get out past 5. But they're almost always 5 skull missions, and they make it very clear. Bring a lot of mechs, bring a lot of tonnage, bring spares, bring pilots, bring everything. This is a medium, so I hope this looks like if we're making a choice now, I'd have to assume this would be the last mission. Picking one might result in a betrayal. Actually, I'm sure it will result in you fighting the other one. Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. Overall, I think I prefer Jailbird. Chevelle didn't do much in the first mission. Their tonnage for tonnage, their mech lineup was pretty much identical to one another. And as I said in the discussion, if you go by the story, Chevelle refuses to deploy with anybody. Jailbird will deploy with anyone for the chance to, to redeem themselves. And, somebody fucked with my missus. I can entirely understand putting a blade in a kidney. Yeah, I can't really argue with it. The mercenary in me is indicating Jailbird, so I'm going to go with Jailbird. You've just made a tremendous mistake. My lance may be worn down, but that won't stop us from destroying Zigil House. We're going to break this siege ourselves. If you're smart, you'll stay the hell out of our way. Told you she was an asshole. I guess it's down to you, me, Commander. Somehow we had to destroy Zigil House and protect the militia HQ at the time. Alright. So, yep, it's likely going to be one of the lancers on the field. Assemble mech. We have a trebuchet. Yes, we do have a trebuchet. Which one do we want? We have a 5S. Short range, this mech. True breast short range. SRM6s instead of LRM15s. 8 extra heat sinks. The trebuchet is able to dish out tremendous amounts of close range damage. 5N. The lightest dedicated fire support mech to be found. We've already got one of those. Well, actually, no, we're running a Griffin at the moment. Actually, might go... Yeah, I think I'll go with the 5N. We'll ready it so we can have a look. We've got the mech base for that. And we did pick up a Shadowhawk as well. So we have the SH and the 2D that we can assemble here. So the SH, 3 missiles, 3 ballistics, 1 laser. Okay. What's the 2D? 1 ballistic, 3 lasers, 3 missiles. Shadowhawk 2.2 is an interesting model. Its default payload sacrifices a lot of armor to mount a bit more firepower, although some argue the trade-off isn't worth it. Its alpha strikes are better though, so I guess you can be the judge. 1 ballistic, 3 energy, 3, 2. I'll go for the 2D. It is more valuable. And I think it's a 2H is the other model that we've got. And we're going to ready it as well.
Got it.
So we can have a look at them. Because we're going to have to bolt some mechs back together and do some outfitting as well after this. Alright. Siegebreaker 3. Right, so we did get an option. I just clicked through it. So that puts us on 3.6 million. So we've covered all of our expenses at this point. So everything else... 2.8. We might go 2.11 just for the... 3.14. No. Yeah, we'll do 2.89, 2.11. This is pissing off Steiner, though. We want to work for them later. And it's making the Capellans happy. So we're going to have to murder some Capellans after this. Yeah, we'll go 2.11. We'll go 2.11 and take 2.89, which will cover our drop and a little bit of our repairs, because there's going to be some repairs. Should put us up near 4 million by the time this is all done. Alright, so the Hunchback is... No, we're not getting repairs on any of these either. Shit. Although, no, we have got repairs. Okay. Alright, so the internal structure is worn down. The armor, the Hunchback's viable. The Hunchback's viable. Why have we got... Such as missing ammo, damaged internal structure. Yeah, it's slightly damaged internal structure. Yeah, we're not getting the Shadowhawk back. The Wolverine's was only penetrated in the rear armor, so it's still viable. The Griffin's lost half of its structure in the arms. But that's not a major concern because it's got nothing in the left arm. Yeah, left arm is empty, so the Griffin's fine. Lead Spitter. Almost all the structure in that arm is gone. But that's alright, because we can actually swap the Lead Spitter out. We're actually not going to use the Raven. We can bring the second one in. Because we have a second fire starter that has basically an identical config and is completely undamaged. So we can switch that one in. Right. Pilots. Put the Hunchback. Wolverine there. Put the Hunchback in the lead slot. Now, all of our pilots are knackered, so the pilots that complete this mission are going to take injuries. It'll only be minimum injuries, but they'll take injuries. That's how this works. So we might as well pack our best pilots into our mechs. Now, athletic, 2 LRM clustering. So we're going to put Apex in the Griffin for fire support. So we now got an 8 gunnery with a +2 LRM clustering in the Griffin. We want Phantom back in the fire starter. And yeah, we'll probably go with Cerberus in the Wolverine. So Cerberus in the Wolverine, Claymore in the Hunchback, Apex in the Griffin, Phantom in the fire starter. This is the best line of mechs we can put together with the best line of pilots. God, I hope this is the last mission. Yep, I know this. We're doing it anyway. You're going to get screwed? It's possible. We're going to have to play this one cautious. Either this is the last one, or there will be a fourth mission in which you fight the faction you didn't pick this round. I hope not. I'm running out of mechs, and I'm definitely running out of pilots. Dialogue sounds like you may encounter the other Lance this mission. Yeah, that's what I'm sort of reading as well. I'm expecting they're going to show up as a third faction, and they're going to fight everybody. In which case, we want to make sure they engage Steiner, and we sit back. Are you sure you can't repair before the next mission? Yep. Yep, that's how these work. That's how the sequential missions work. You get automatic repairs on the armor. I wasn't sure if that was going to be a thing in this mod, because I haven't done a Flashpoint in this mod before. But you do get automatic repairs on the armor, but you do not get automatic repairs on the structure. You do not get replacement on any of the internals. So anything that is broken internally cannot be fixed. They just bolt new plates on, and obviously the ammunition bins get filled up. That's it. I know we're taking the training wheels off. Well, we're pushing here. We've done pretty well. We've got 2 parts of an Atlas. We've got a brand new Shadowhawk sitting there ready to be fit out. We've got a brand new Trebuchet sitting there ready to be fit out, which is arguably going to be a better mech than the Griffin as a fire support mech. So the Griffin might get reconfigured into something else yet if the Trebuchet turns out to be better. Or if I can get a better fit on it. And I specifically took the long range loadout option on that one. And we're taking 211 Salvage, so we may walk away with more mechs yet. We're not really increasing our tonnage here, but we're definitely getting spares.
Command interface initiated.
I would like to pull something in the 60-ton range off this field if we could. That would be really nice. Alright, Alan, Jailbird. This is it, Commander. There's a gang of big metal bastards between us and however you pronounce that. And then we'll have a mountain of steel to get through, but I think we can do it. I'm with you there, Jailbird, but keep your eyes open for Cheval. She made it pretty clear that she had no intention of sitting this fight out. If she's stupid enough to get between us and our targets, I'll take her out myself, and I'll make certain that she's properly dead this time. Oh, slightly harsh. Just do your job. I see you, little militiamen, come to, you think to come to me, huh? I salute you for your courage, but your efforts are doomed to failure. When my battle mechs crush you under their feet, we'll tighten our grasp around Gunther, you'll surrender what is mine, or the city will starve. What an asshole. If you're talking about your ex, she isn't yours, you Lyrian prick. This convict is going to teach you a lesson about what happens when you try to impose your will on others. I'll give you a hint, it starts with my foot and ends with your ass. You know what, actually I did pick the right person. Jailbird's good. We're heading out to protect the militia HQ, give Dobsk hell. Okay, so they're running the defense. We're running the assault. Alright. So we need to destroy these structures. We've got to defend these ones. We have an evac option, so once we've blown the buildings, we can run if it's necessary to do so. The friendly Capellan Lance must survive. Okay, that's a little bit more difficult. Keep all friendly structures standing as a bonus objective. Destroy reinforcement wave 1, destroy reinforcement wave 2, destroy ooh. 3 rounds. First one arrives in 7, final ranch arrives in 14. Oh, that's... I wish I had more tonnage. Okay. And these are the reinforcement waves, so these are not... Yeah, these are the reinforcement waves, so these don't necessarily count whatever's on the field already, so there is likely already at least one full lance on the ground.
Affirmative.
We'll have to keep these...
Copy that, Commander.
Keep our boys tightly grouped. We have our first contact. Right. And get the A-team in there and recover afterwards. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping
yup.
that's going to be the option that we've got. Alright, so let's find out what they're bringing on the field. Alright, we have 3 battle mechs detected. Let's go for the one in the... Should we go for the one to the left first?
Got a lock.
Oh, fuck. That's not what I wanted to see. That's not what I wanted to see at all. Although, I think I might have some Warhammer parts put around. Alright, if the rest of this isn't 60 to 70 tonners, actually just keeping that in mind, this might not
Awaiting
actually
orders.
be as bad as I'm thinking. In fact, this might actually
Moving
work
to
out
position.
well. Alright, we need to start working over that armor.
Target locked.
Please hope everything else is recon and we just happen to pick the heavy mech and the head of the lance. Attack and defense are the worst missions in the game. The cheating AI is the most blatant in this one. Yeah, this is not... I don't think this is going to be pleasant. I'll be honest, I hate convoy intercept missions worse. But this is not going to be pleasant. Need to start racking these up just out of range of the guns so we can poke up, fire shots, and then disengage. Looks like one of the Cappies is actually heading over this way. Hopefully we'll get some fire support from the base. That would be nice.
Hey. Copy.
We'll pop up with the Wolverine now.
Engaging.
I need them to get closer to us first. The unfortunate part is, because they've got reinforcements coming in, we can get overwhelmed if we don't kill these fast enough. Hey Joanne, welcome back to the stream. Four Lancers. Don't want another marathon like the last mission. Yeah, I don't think I'll survive another marathon like the last mission.
What are your orders, Skipper?
Alright, so we know the Warhammer's a Warhammer. So there's nothing really interesting to be known there. Let's do a wide jump. 5 point. Drop it into those shipping crates there. Alright, so that's a Stinger. Alright, this is... Okay, that's okay. That's okay. What are you?
I've got a sensor lock.
It's a Wasp. Alright. So it looks like we did. That's a Hunchback. Actually, that's not so bad. Okay, so what we've got here is 1 heavy, 2 light scouts, and a medium. And we just happened to pick the heavy on the first sensor lock. I can go with this. We can do this. We're just going to keep rubbing up this Warhammer with LRMs at the moment. I want to keep it as uncomfortable as possible. Firestarter's job's going to be dealing with the Wasp and the Stinger. And the Hunchback is going to be running through to try and go to the base. And you know what? I'm going to let it go, because it's going to run straight into the guns of the Cappies here, and that'll be their problem to kill that one. We'll come back and sort it out once we've dealt with the Warhammer. Now, we are going to be just outside of optimal from there. Way outside. can't really afford to do too many alpha strikes in the Hunchback anyway. But we'll... Medium's off, we'll just strike with the PPC.
Engaging target.
That would look much better on my team.
What? No.
So we're going to strike up first this round, and then we're going to have to pull back in the next round and deal with the Stingers as they close in so they don't get on our flanks.
Hope this is enough.
And that's where the lead spitter will come into play. Hope you brought some body bags. I've never finished on top of one of these. I avoid them nowadays. Oh, that's not a good start. Although that's the left arm.
Big
That was
hit.
the one that only
That
had
was
armor.
a big hit.
So... Okay, so that's the base defenses. Hopefully ours start doing some stuff like that soon too. Yeah, flamers on the Hunchback is actually a pretty good idea. We've got Steiner units surrounding the Zengelhaus commander. They're taking up position to repel our advance. We can't finish this while hostiles are still standing. Take them out. Yeah, we're working on that. Hang on. That's a second... That's a second lance. They've got 2 lances on the field before the 3 waves of reinforcements come into play. Yeah, I'm suddenly feeling awfully undertunned here. Suddenly feeling very, very undertunned.
Roger that,
We've got to
Commander.
get rid of this back line as quickly as possible.
Locking off with all weapon systems.
Alright, yeah, we've got to back off. I don't really like giving my rear armor to everything up there, but we do need to pull back out. We can't shirt front the entire enemy lance and also have something chewing on our ass at the same time, and I just don't trust the Cappies to get rid of that. Don't miss.
Engaging target.
Good.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Okay, that's one gone. Cappies are actually doing a fairly decent job. That's a head hit on the Warhammer as well.
Hey.
Alright, let's back off. The Wolverine back into cover as well.
That looked like a critical hit.
Yep, that was the Warhammer ejecting. The Warhammer pilot just bailed out. That means potentially a full Warhammer on the field to recover at the end of this. And suddenly the Cappies have found their balls. These guys are going off at the moment. Why couldn't you have been like this last game? You think the Cappies can defend the base against something like an AC-20? Considering the Cappies did most of the damage to that Warhammer and they're working over the Hunchback at the moment, I actually think yes, maybe. Night Vision, Searchlight destroyed? Yeah, because this is BEX mod, it completely models all of the internals and sections of the mech, including things like the searchlights, the actuators in the arms, the linkages. So you don't just cripple individual parts of the mech. The mechs actually have internal components that are required in order to function, and if they're destroyed, they will remove certain capabilities from the mech. I think if you destroy the searchlights, if you happen to be on a night mission, destroying the searchlight will actually cause a negative impact on the accuracy of the mech engaging other targets. Not something that's going to affect us,
Awaiting
anybody
orders.
here, but it is a component that can be destroyed. Certain other components will affect the ability for the mech to be able to initiate hand-to-hand combat or melee combat effectively.
Copy that.
They'll slow down and remove its maneuvering speed and movement speed, remove its ability to gain evasion pips, and so on and so on and so on. And the damage stacks up over time. The internal structure in this isn't just a second health bar behind the armor. There's actually stuff in it that can be broken. And nothing like being in a futuristic city and yet the buses are still late due to mecha attacks. Well, it could be worse. You could go back to the first Succession War, in which case the city wouldn't exist because they would have just nuked it by now. And I think that Hunchback's just about done. I don't think I need to concern myself with that one at all. I think we're just going to go in and rip this Wasp open.
Affirmative,
Go
Commander.
melee on the Wasp. Structure exposed. And mag dump. And most of it missed. God damn it. Alright, we got a Vindicator coming. Well, actually, no, it was Cappy Vindicator. Got keeping track of all the mechs.
Warning. Enemy in rear arc.
Ouch.
Warning. Damage critical.
Yeah, something went through then. Yeah, that's why you gotta watch these things. These nasty little pieces of shit don't do a huge amount of damage, but they do enough to just remove all of the armor off the rear of a section of the rear of the mech in one shot. Most of this is going to miss, but some of it might hit, and its torsos are knackered, so it might be enough.
Engaging target.
No. They got the Hunchback. They got the Hunchback before it got off the ramp. And they crippled the Warhammer while we're at it and convinced the pilot to bail out.
I'm here.
I'm impressed. These are...
Okay, let's go.
It seems we may have gotten the AI that we normally have to fight.
Critical hit, Commander.
Right. That's right torso, right arm destroyed.
Scratch another target.
Alright, so new plan. We're just going to kite the enemy over here and let the Cappies kick the crap out of them and then loot everything. I'm thinking this is looking like a viable tactic at this point.
Aye, aye.
Who's next? Looks like the Stinger. So we'll just start putting artillery on, or putting LRMs on the Stinger.
Confirm.
At some point, we are going to have to push in and take the base, but and I'm pretty sure that's the defensive turrets around the base. So, a second we pull the fire starter out of line, their mechs shouldn't be able to see us.
Getting banged up real good here.
And the other one's a spider. Okay, yeah, so this is mostly lights. All that tonnage was, all the scary tonnage was in the Warhammer. Oh, you silly bastard. Stop shooting my hunchback.
Damage minimal.
Confirmed.
Alright.
Affirmative. Locking on with all weapon systems.
Commander?
Let's go Claymore. Back and turn. Try and keep our back pointed away from this thing. And spiders are really soft in the legs, so if we target the building, hopefully that's enough.
Engaging target. Target building destroyed.
Yeah, looks like it's pick on the hunchback. So providing I keep the forward armor of the hunchback front, we should be okay. I kind of wish it was the Shadowhawk. The Shadowhawk will take far, far, far more hits.
Advancing, I guess. I hope this hurts.
Leg destroyed. That drops the spider, and
Didn't
Cappies
expect
will have
that.
their turns now, and they should get free shots at it while it's on the ground, and should be more than enough to kill it, because that thing's made out of butter.
Standing by.
And, well, I suppose I could take a shot at it.
Moving to position.
Well, it seems like a waste of LRMs, but I suppose you'd probably get the kill on the
Copy
last
that.
at least. Nope, didn't get the kill anyway. Alright, Stinger looks like it's closing back in. Keep in mind, the Cappies are supposed to be defending the base, not leading the assault. Alright, here comes reinforcements. That's alright. We've nearly dealt with their second lance. The first lance is basically gone.
Orders?
Right.
I got you. Firing.
There we go. Spider's out.
Target down.
Stinger should be the next target, and then we can focus fire that Shadowhawk. We have another mech coming in on the other side too. It's likely going to be another scout. Probably know what it is soon enough. Although I might let the Cappies just kick the crap out of the Shadowhawk, because that seems to be what they're interested in doing right now. What the fuck, I was expecting the Warhammer to be a major problem? So was I, and then the Cappies decided to just find their big boy pants and do everything that I wanted them to do in the last 2 missions and just wipe the floor with the thing. And did it good enough that the Warhammer's basically intact. That should be a 3-part recovery. And I think I might already have 2 parts of a Warhammer, or at least 1, possibly 2 parts of a Warhammer sitting in the hangar, which we might walk out of this with a Warhammer. In which case, this was a very, 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 very lucrative flashpoint for us.
Yes, Commander.
I'm going to go for long-range fire support
Affirmative.
first, while I'm working out exactly what to do. There's the Stinger, and the 3rd target's over there, which we don't know what it is yet. Well, the Stinger's going to be over there. I'm not uncovering myself to engage that. So we'll give fire support on the Shadowhawk. The Hunchback, I'm going to move just offside, and I'm actually going to brace it, give it a cooldown.
I'm here.
Cerberus can get up in the Wolverine and
There.
can engage the Shadowhawk
Okay.
with the autocannon. Actually, we can get the SRMs in range on that too.
I'll try.
4 more mechs on the ground. Yep. This is the part where we find out exactly how useful these Cappies are going to be, because we're going to just have to... We don't have the tonnage to tank all of this ourselves. So we're just going to have to drag them back in, and if they're going to keep going off like this, let them. And just support them. And that's slipped offside. So there's a mech slipping around the Cappies at the moment.
Yep.
Archer. Alright, that would be really nice as well. Phantom, you have a new job.
Double time. Let's go.
Go get behind that Archer. I don't see the Shadowhawk or the Stinger here being a problem for much longer with the way the Cappies are going. I'm more concerned about whatever that is over there getting around to the base. That was a lot of firepower going in then. Alright, Hunchback up. Stinger Shadowhawk, 84%, 84. Yeah, let's go with the PPC shot. What can I actually hit? Break the arm. Yeah, it's nothing super vulnerable. We can probably break the arm without doing a precision strike.
Engaging target.
No. Sensor's impaired, but that's it.
Hey. Moving to position. If you say so.
Right leg destroyed.
Maybe things are looking up.
Commander?
And Apex. Right torso.
Firing
Good
on
place.
target.
Pilot's not taking it well. He's not bailing out yet, but he's not taking it well. Phoenix Hawk, yeah, they're flanking down and around towards the target buildings. Alright, we're going to have to send somebody around in order to defend the buildings.
Orders?
Not Phantom. He has a job.
Lifting off. I'm on him.
Come on, get out of your mech. Cappies need to focus the other way. There we go. Alright, so the Shadowhawk pilot just bailed. And of course,
Armor holding.
the Stinger gets into the rear. Whoa, okay. That was reactive. Yeah, we need to get rid of that archer, or otherwise it's just going to rain LRMs on whatever gets spotted now. Claymore. Up. Let's go for precision as well, because I don't think we need to worry about saving precision strikes for targets we want to collect. I already know what pieces I want off this field. It's lying a little to my right at the moment. Come on, please land. Ooh, yep, that's what I wanted.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Piss off, you little bastards. Now we can focus fire down the archer, and I will get Apex
Yes, Commander.
to shift location. Visible. Yeah, none of them are visible. We've got no... Yeah, the buildings are just going to have to survive for a turn or two.
Affirmative.
I mean, send the Wolverine, but it's not really fast enough.
What now?
Yeah, it's going to have to be the Wolverine. I don't have a choice. There's nothing else otherwise. Yeah, that'll have to just be the way it is. Almost 9 in the morning here, and the first thing I do after the shower is jump straight into the stream. You go, Mags, bro. Love you. I love the modded streams. Keep up the good fight. Thanks, man. Also, good morning. I'm awake as much as a fruit bat as a sweltering day. Squash the bugs, Mags. I'm working on it, but there's a friggin' lot of them. Alright, let's get in behind the Archer.
10-4.
And see about rearranging its rear armor a little bit here. Precision strike.
Here we go.
Actually, in hindsight, I should have picked one of the side torsos and gone for the ammunition explosion with that many MGs, but...
Standing by.
Alright, has anybody managed to light up any of the targets over here yet? One of them. It's Commando. Alright, so what we might do... I might leave the Hunchback and... I don't like splitting my forces up much here. But yeah, we'll shift location, and the Griffin can switch into fire support mode as well.
Roger that.
We don't have to cripple or destroy these mechs from this kind of range. All we've got to do is hit them to pull them off the buildings and get them focused back into the fight. And light them up so that the Cappy AI realizes what they are and actually goes after them. That's probably one of the bigger parts. We're gonna want to go straight through the city.
Copy. I'll try.
Right. The Hunchback is in the process of trying to slag itself, which is not surprising. We do need to keep it back some. Be the best move. Considering where they're dropping from, that seems to be the best option to get 2 evasion up, and we can still get line of fire on the Archer. Another PPC shot in.
Engaging target.
Just keep rolling the damage across the front of the Hunchback. Another Steiner Lance. The second ones are just about to land. Next round, and then we've got 4 turns until the third Lance arrives. It looks like we're going to probably have to fight the whole lot. Hey Fury Curry, how's it going? Somerset House Cull, Aren't Federated Sons, Davian, Britain, France. Yeah, actually, yeah, that was one of the ones that I was I mentioned. Sort of like the almost like the British Empire. They sort of sit in that little area, or at least that's always been my opinion. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Torrents to deal with as well. Yeah, that's... We do want to get a little bit of clearance and get ready to evade here and make sure we've got some...
Affirmative.
2 evasion should be enough. They're not going to get to strike on the first turn, I don't think.
All weapons, go.
The upside having the fire starter there, we're going to at least know what their mechs are. As soon as they hit the ground, we'll know exactly what the entire enemy team is. That poor commando over there is just getting gangbanged. Although I kind of wish they'd put a little bit more firepower on the archer. We really need this thing gone. This thing is becoming a problem. I am concerned about the back of the hunchback here too, but that's alright. It's alright, we're still going.
Engaging target. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
The archer's tanking better than the Warhammer did.
Awaiting orders.
Right. So, Griffin. It's an assassin. Target
Engaging
building.
target.
Not quite enough to take it out, but that's alright.
no.
Cerberus will be able to pull into range now.
Moving to position.
And it's a Locust.
Engaging.
That drops the assassin down, so they're only lights.
That should do it.
The reinforcements on this wave are only light mechs.
Damage minimal.
Still looking at the city's infrastructure. I'm disappointed there's no flying cars or buses. Well, it's buses there should be. There are. There's a bus there. See? There's a bus. There's a bus. There's a bus. No, flying cars and stuff isn't really a thing in BattleTech at all. It's there are like shuttle transports that move around cities, but they're more like just fancy helicopters, and helicopters are still a thing in BattleTech. If you play on all the other BattleTech and MechWarrior based games, helicopters will show up on planets with atmospheres. If you play MechWarrior 5, they will show up in flying around in space, because apparently that's how they work. But yes, it's not like a Star Warsy type future where there's streets of flying cars. It's all ground traffic. And a lot of the general manufacturers that you know still exist in the BattleTech universe. Like Boeing still exists, except it's Boeing Interstellar, responsible for jump ship, dropship, and some warship manufacturing. The Argo, the main ship that we have as our command vessel in BattleTech, was a prototype by Boeing Interstellar. Ford still exists. There's 1,000 years in the future, according to BattleTech lore. Ford still exists. Mitsubishi still exists, except it's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And I think they actually build some mechs as well. At least they build some agricultural and some industrial mechs. Oh, it's another archer. Got Clint, a Stinger, and another archer. God, we're having enough trouble taking down one of these bloody things, and we're going to have to deal with another one? Really?
Here we go.
LRM ammo destroyed.
Critical.
Kill confirmed, Commander.
Well, that's one of them down. Now we're back to one archer on the battlefield. Yeah, General Motors exists. General Motors builds a little bit of everything. Cars, ground vehicles, tanks, aircraft, some interstellar vehicles. They're involved in mechs, reactor design, reactor construction. Yeah, GM still exists. Flying cars are expensive to rebuild after a mech attack. It's more, I think, of a case of flying cars are just expensive in general. They sort of are a thing in terms of shuttlecraft, but remember, BattleTech is the kind of universe where if you had something like that that was absolutely commonly available, there would absolutely be factions that would load heavy explosives into them and use them as suicide weapons. Like, this is just... BattleTech doesn't have that kind of stuff now, 1,000 years into our future, for the same reasons that we don't have that shit today. Right. Amazingly, the Clint's going to be easier to hit. Jump jets, AC5, 2 medium lasers. Yeah, I might let the Cappies start engaging that.
Target.
I might get the Clint here pulled off and try and rip it apart from behind with the fire starter again. Taking a sweet time dealing with that commando though. GM designed the Marauder, yep. So we're 1,000 years into the future and still there's yet traffic jams. Now with added mech attacks, more things change the more they don't. Yeah, pretty much. That is the entire point of the BattleTech universe. It's... nothing changes. We do everything, like, we have all the advanced weapons in the world, we have managed to travel to other worlds, we've managed to do all the... and we're still doing the same bullshit we're doing today. That is a big core concept behind the BattleTech universe. You know, the more things change, the more we stay exactly the same.
Going hand to hand, I guess. But that hurt.
Aye, aye.
You know, it is a slightly depressing look into the future, but it's intended to be. Without going full on, you know, Warhammer 40k Grimdark. This is exactly...
Engaging target.
I have no idea where half my LRMs went then. I'm not saying the clans are a better alternative, because they're not. But the spheroids are diseased. Well, consider this, Phil.
Orders?
The clans were so robust that despite having a surprise attack with a superior quality force, superior battle mechs, superior technology, the ability to maintain, construct, and deploy and deploy modern equipment, which the Inner Sphere had lost, and having a very narrow corridor in order to engage targets to try and hit their one ultimate goal, which was just to get to the center of the Inner Sphere and Terra. Not only did they lose, but one of their major factions was annihilated as a result in the ensuing counterstrike. The Smoke Jaguars were completely eliminated. And most of clan society, as it were, about half of it had collapsed. Because the thing with the clans is they have no culture. They're entirely militaristic. There is no music. There's no art. There's nothing culturally tying the clans together outside of the rigid layers they have, or the rigid structure that they have of their militaristic or military-based society. So once the common clanner civilian, like the farming castes and the maintenance caste, started getting into regular contact with the Inner Sphere, as well as some of their own mech warriors, about half the clans were absorbed into the Inner Sphere. clan society collapsed the second it encountered culture. The Inner Sphere managed to defeat them and then bet them without firing a shot for the most part. The clan wolf that finally takes Terra for the Ilkhan era is a part of House Steiner and has a free birth leader that doesn't actually agree with most of the clan morales that started at the start of the clan invasion. The clans failed entirely. The part that actually won wasn't clan in the end. And it took them 100 years. It only took 100 years for the clans to fall apart. Clan Jade Falcon essentially turns from, you know, the honourable clan Jade Falcon focused on doing everything that it does and on its rigid honor code that was completely inflexible, essentially turns into the Space Mongols within 100 years of the clan invasion. And is more than willing to, you know, all the things that the clans criticize the Inner Sphere about, you know, using chemical weapons and nuclear weapons and unfair tactics and dishonorable tactics. Clan Jade Falcon wipes out a planet by detonating a nuclear bomb in its only water source and irradiates the population, and then destroys all of its starports so the population can't leave, so they all have to drink irradiated water and die long-term of irradiation poisoning. They, on 2 separate occasions, use biological weapons, and on one of the planets that they take on their march racing clan Wolf for Terra in the Ilkhan era, or the start of the Ilkhan era, they annihilate a planet, or they win a fight against clan. It's the not Warhorse, Iron Horse, something Horse. It's the I keep forgetting the name of this one. But they annihilate and absorb that clan, not by forcing the clan to get out on the field, and then they nuke the cities of their civilian populations behind them. That's what the clans turn into. And it takes 100 years for the clans to fall from what they were at the start of the invasion to that. Morning, guys. The clans regressed in a different manner to the IS, guys. No, the clans regressed to exactly what the Inner Sphere was at the start of the First Succession War. The clans went from the clans wanting to take Terra to free and protect the Inner Sphere and, you know, all the bullshit that they were spinning, to humanity at the point of the First Succession War within 100 years. Actually, within less than that, because that all happens just past 3100, or around 3100, and the clan invasion. So within 50 years. Within 50 years, they regressed to exactly the point that Kerensky evacuated his people from the Inner Sphere to try and avoid. Hell's Horses. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, Hell's Horses become a part of Jade Falcon's Space Mongolia. After Jade Falcon tricked them to pull all their mechs in the field and defend their civilian populations, and then slaughtered their civilian populations behind them, so that they had no choice but to join or starve. I think it may have actually been a Hell's Horses world they also detonated the nuclear bomb in the water source for as well. Alright, so we need to deal with that Clint. Yeah, the clans, they've got really cool mechs. But the second their honor was put to the test, it fell in a heap. In a real hurry. I'm starting to think...
Yes, Commander.
I may have made a big mistake here. Locust has no evasion. I'm starting to think I should have tried to sprint up the side and take the base.
Copy that. Firing out strike.
The Cappies aren't killing stuff fast enough now. They seem to be okay dealing with the heavier mechs, but that commando's surviving for way, way, way too long.
Moving out.
Yeah, the LRMs have very little chance to
We'll
miss.
go.
Very little chance to hit. We'll just hit him with a medium laser, pull one of his evasion pips off, and hope the Cappies can hit him in the back. Alright, yes, that Archer needs to be dealt with, because that's going to start dropping buildings. And here comes the next wave. At least this is the final wave. This will be all of them on the field.
Confirmed.
How did that Archer get away so quickly?
I'm there. Here we go. Target down.
Where's that one dropping in, out of curiosity? Spirit
Warning.
Fox. Also, you can
Armor
conquer an
breached.
empire
Internal damage.
from the cockpit, but you can't run an empire from the cockpit. Yeah. Light mechs are annoying mid to late game. You can still hit them, go down in one hit. The problem is hitting them. Yeah, that's the issue.
No, 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 no.
On the upside, we haven't taken too much in the way of damage overall. Considering the amount of mechs that are on the field, most of this is being focused at somebody other than us. Alright, so time for an alpha strike on this thing and see whether or not we can shake this Archer up.
Engaging target.
And that should hopefully get it to stop shooting at vehicles. Oh, did they finally kill it? Nope, the commando's still going to sit in there.
Right here.
I got that assassin. I'm going to use the Wolverine to engage the commando,
If you
and I'll
say
use the
so.
Griffin to put shots into that assassin while it's lit up.
Targeting for an alpha strike. Enemy down.
Yes, Commander.
Alright, Apex. No, not the Stinger. Okay, no, apparently we were the ones that were somehow lighting up that assassin, or it's moved out of range. Damn it. Alright, so all you can do is supporting fire on the Stinger. Because the Archer's the wrong... I suppose I should have spun it around, although the Archer's... We're sort of working on the Archer's rear. We're not going to be able to take too many more of those.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
Even more sign of fort reinforcements just touched down in the AO. Bastards don't know when to quit, do they? Let's fight, light them up. Yep, 4 more down. So that means everything's down. So there should be 10 mechs on the field for the enemy side currently. This is running a lot longer than I was expecting it to.
Orders?
Right, best way to deal with this. Ah, nice. Although, if we can get rid of the Clint, that would be useful as well. We might do the Clint. Just... What about the Archer? Most of its rear armor is still intact. Yeah, we are going to move up and do a full barrage into the back of the Clint. Precision strike. Hopefully, no, we're not. We're apparently not going to because that... I'm an idiot.
Target locked on enemy 6, Skipper.
I moved one step too far up, so we lost the angle down. Mags, this has run so long I've had to stick my phone on the charger. This was supposed to be a quick 3-mission stream. I wasn't expecting to last too long. At this point, it's probably going to be the longest stream out, and my wife is going to kick my ass because I'm due to start cooking dinner in about 10 minutes. I don't think we're going to be done.
Warning. Armor low.
Alright. Oh, yeah, the Hunchback's not going to take much more of this. We need, Shit. What's my opinion of Rogue Tech? In concept, I like Rogue Tech. Ooh, that's going to just blow out everything. Yeah, in concept, I like Rogue Tech. We go for that torso. Yeah, then we have to back the Hunchback off.
Engaging target.
My issue with Rogue Tech is that it basically has... It doesn't give the slightest shit. Oh, please tell me that throws some extra... Nice. That just cooked the Archer. My issue with Rogue Tech is it doesn't follow the law. It's very much a grab bag mod of everything you can toss on the field all at once, which is, it is cool. It's probably a very, as I've said in previous streams, it's a pretty good representation, at least as far as I can tell,
Standing by.
of how people would play the actual tabletop, like the real life tabletop. I'm a bit of a lore nerd, so I tend to play away from it, or I have less interest in it, because it doesn't respect the lore all that much. It doesn't follow the timeline. Like this mod, BEX mod, as we play through it, every time a major event happens within the BattleTech timeline, you'll get a Comstar news report about it that will break down what happened. All of the flashpoints that you get are based around real events that happen within events that happen within the lore. And the map itself will change as various things happen. Like when the clan invasion comes, you'll see a new faction form. That's the clans, and the clan invasion corridor will start to form south, and then you'll start getting missions that are based on events that happen within lore, on that flashpoints and specific missions based on that area of the map. And so it follows the lore accurately. Rogue Tech doesn't do that. That's not Rogue Tech's thing, which it's not set up to do that. that's not what they were going for with it, and that's cool. It's just that's not super for me, which is why I'm doing BattleTech Extended, and then I'm going to do BattleTech Advanced. Will be the two mods that I play through, because that's
Critical hit,
3025 to, thank you, 3025 to past 3100 in the timeline, and it follows the timeline. There's actually so many mechs and so much crap going on this map at the moment that I'm getting slowdowns on this end, just because everything's so loaded up, even on my system. So we need to start killing some of these so my frame rate improves. I'm liking 3062. Yeah, BattleTech Advanced 3062. That's the starts at the FedCom Civil War. So it runs the FedCom Civil War and goes through the Jihad era and into the Ill-Clan era. So it follows on, timeline-wise, directly after this mod. So it's all post-clan invasion.
Yep.
Right. Let's not mess this up twice.
Copy that. I'm on him.
LRM's quit. LRM 15 destroyed. I would have preferred an ammo explosion, but I'll take that, I guess. Space Viking, really Mags, I'm at work, can't watch now. Dude, I've been streaming since like 1:30. It's nearly 5:30. I'm trying to shift the time that I stream until earlier in the day. I probably need to anticipate stuff like this happening, although this is a touch much. Uh-oh. Alright, the cappies are starting to fail. Yeah, Rogue Tech is mostly a tabletop simulator than a lore thing. Yeah, and that's cool. I just like playing through the lore. I've been saying for years they need to focus more on the expanded lore of BattleTech, because they tend to... if you look at a lot of the games, a lot of everything that they do with BattleTech is focused immediately around the clans every single goddamn time, and they really need to look at some of the extended lore around it. The fact that modders have built this and it's so good tells you straight away that there was a market for this, and there always was. And I'm really, really enjoying it. Playing through all the events, getting the news reports on what the Calhounds are up to, or, you know, what various factions are up to, and I'm looking forward to that continuing through to the next mod as well. Start cooling off the Hunchback a bit. It's basically out of front armor. So we should be able to deal with the assassin in the next turn the way we're going. Just got to get down there and get the rest of those lights. And I'm hoping nothing too heavy just arrived in that last lance.
Yes, Commander.
Because we do not have the firepower to deal with anything heavier at the moment. Honestly, we might actually have to bring the Wolverine back up to support.
On my way.
Just because the amount of tonnage that's building up here at the moment.
Locking in target.
I am surprised they haven't bailed out. Ammo explosions? Come on. Get out of your mech.
Standing by.
Another archer. How many fucking archers do they have?
Confirmed. Target confirmed.
Clint's engaging the Wolverine. Got a Locust coming down as well.
Confirmed.
Alright, let's do it again. Let's see if we can go through this thing's back armor.
Reporting. Critical. Final.
Only one more of them to go. Better question yet, will Mags be able to finish this before the wife drops in to murder him? I'm not liking my chances, to be honest. I think that's going to be the bonus round. Will I survive? Come on, Stoner, I need you to die faster. I've got to go cook
Awaiting
food.
orders.
Right.
Move order confirmed.
Alright, we're just going to turn those LRMs off for this round. There's no points. Large laser, medium laser, small laser. Come on.
We'll go.
Break something. I'll take it.
Target's taking a critical hit.
At least the Archer's given the Cappies the rear, so hopefully they'll... Well, was. Yeah, okay, now we've got problems.
Warning. Damage critical.
Claymore needs to disengage badly. That breaks line of sight with everything, so they can stop focusing on him for a turn. All the mechs around, and they focus the damn Hunchback. Okay, I think that might be the assassin just about taken out. An SRM explosion on an assassin, it hasn't got that many weapons.
Right here.
I'll leave it there for the moment. I'm going to melee.
I'd rather use weapons, but... Critical hit, Commander.
Left leg destroyed. Cool. Lost evasive. Right. So, at the start of next round, we focus on the Clint. We take the Clint out. And I think we're about to lose a building. Militia HQ just lost a structure commander. We better make it a priority protecting the rest. I'm working on it. At least they're not hitting the buildings too hard. So what is that? It's a Stinger. Alright, we probably actually need to deal with the Stinger more than that with the Firestarter.
10-4.
Right leg destroyed. I'll take that. Get out of your mech.
Critical hit.
Or die. I don't really care. Just get out of it. Alright, that actually works. We've got two of them on their back now. LRM shots on the Wolverine, but that was only an LRM 5 from the looks of it, so nothing big. So it'll be something on one of the lights. they got a hunchback on the field too. Right. Bring the hunchback back up now. PPC sent a torso on the Stinger. Please finish this one off.
Engaging target. No damage detected.
Really? Nice with the Cappy Wolverine going in there for the punch. And the Stinger's up, so now it's going to jump and get all its evasion pips back up again. Damn it.
Standing by. I'll try.
Yeah, all weapons just go at it. And the clinch is out. Careful not to hit your own buildings there, Cappies. It's like the game is going out of its way to be as long as possible. It does feel that way. Although this was always going to be a marathon mission, I just wasn't expecting that. We're on turn 18, although the last one was fairly long too. I'm just going to shoot you again, if you don't mind. Hopefully, can
Engaging
you just
target.
please die or eject. And we just lost a Cappy.
Orders?
Die. Thank you.
Scratch another target.
Alright, Wave 2 has been eliminated. Wave 1 is still at 50%. I'm pretty sure that is the Locust and the Assassin that are down the side. And it looks like Wave 3 might just be that Hunchback and the Archer. I have no ability to tank shots here. If we take any hits to the Hunchback at all, we're going to possibly lose it. But I need to at least keep the PPC in play from range.
Yes, Commander.
Be as close as I can
Moving
get.
to position.
And use the tree line here to pick up the evasion bonus. We're actually starting to run into ammunition problems here as well. Yeah, I'm not going to roll on a 34 as we're down to 100 rounds on board. We'll have to close in more.
Standing by.
There's not much else I can do from here with the Griffin, so the Griffin can get back this way and start
Moving out.
providing LRM support again. Hunchback should be the primary target.
Confirmed.
The Archer's more dangerous, but the Hunchback's already softened up, so if we can keep working on that. At least you might get a full Archer at the cost of the Wife's Wrath. Well, if we can complete this mission, if we can get out the last of these mechs, get up and destroy the 4 structures and complete this mission, we should be pulling damn near a full Warhammer off the field, and there's enough Archer bits over. We should nearly be able to pick up a full Archer just on random rolls. Alright, I'm going to get the fire starter around the back of these buildings and back into the fight, because I need the MGs in the field. I need to keep at least. Can I move to? I get the 2. I need to keep the evasion pips into the Hunchback just to make sure at range their chances of hitting us are low. Red arm destroyed. Okay, so that should be 2 medium lasers out.
Critical damage detected.
Right here. I'm there.
Cerberus, now that should be close enough. Yeah, 84%. We'll take that, and we'll even go a precision strike. 28, 07. Yeah, we'll go for, get a better chance on this side. We'll go for that and see whether or not we can take out the gun. AC-20 ammo destroyed. Hopefully that was all of it.
Like a critical hit.
Not an ammo explosion, which would have been nice, but hopefully that takes the AC-20 out of commission. Pilot's panicked.
Awaiting orders. Taking the top.
Left torso destroyed.
Scored a critical hit.
There's the missing mech. Oh, it's a Phoenix Hawk. There's a Phoenix Hawk up there. Alright, Phoenix Hawk's attacking our Griffin.
Orders?
Big jump over side. Strike the side.
Affirmative.
Right torso destroyed. Pilot injured.
Reporting. Critical.
Pilot bails out. Right, Hunchback's out of play. So we got an Archer, a Phoenix Hawk, and I think the last mech is a Locust. Hey Disco, how's it going? I see Comstar has allowed you enough bandwidth to keep the stream going. Yep, that's about the size of it, and for a fair bit too. This is going to be one of those marathon streams. Not that that's what I had planned. Alright, so I'm getting a rear shot on something here. The Locust. Oh, please hit. Oh, pretty please hit.
Targeting rear armor. Enemy mech destroyed.
Thank you. Locust out of play.
Standing by.
A Wolverine out wide.
Roger that.
Start getting into that Archer.
Affirmative.
You said earlier there's always a Phoenix Hawk? Yeah, there's always a Phoenix Hawk. The thing is, in lore, the Phoenix Hawk is supposed to be fairly rare at this point, yet they're freaking everywhere.
Commander? Move order confirmed. Target confirmed.
Start rattling the rest of this Archer. It's a lot of LRMs. Thankfully, at the moment, they're all targeting our mechs and they're not targeting the buildings. So because they're doing that, that's the only reason we haven't lost this already.
I got you.
It's me my 5.
Firing.
Kids go hungry because Daddy is playing. No, they won't. I'll be cooking for them soon. It's simple night tonight. I cooked them a massive roast meal last night, so it's a simple night tonight. I think I'm just going to do sausages. Well, that was the plan, is to do sausages. Oh, I might have the rear of the Phoenix Hawk, or is it going to hit the building? We'll take a shot. Hopefully it hits.
Targeting rear armor.
And of course, it hits the building. Yeah.
No damage detected.
Yes, Commander.
Right.
I'm there.
We're down under 100
Targeting.
missiles.
For now, strike. Critical hit, Commander.
And to get into one of those torsos and blow the ammunition
Yes,
racks.
Commander. Affirmative. Copy that.
Cappies are starting to break.
Confirmed.
Another jump, no. Not getting much further. I'm going to have to avoid the heat on this one and just try and
Location
close.
confirmed.
Damn, Archer's fast.
10-4.
Alright. They're engaging our
Warning.
hunchback.
Weapon system destroyed.
Fine, if it's going to be like that, let's finish this off. Going face to face. to not give them direct line, give the archer direct line of sight, but we should be good enough from there. Precision shot, Phoenix Hawk, center torso.
Engaging target.
And you miss with the PPC, you idiot. At least they can aim.
Standing by. If you say so. Copy.
LRM-20 destroyed.
That looked like a critical hit.
Aye, aye.
Melee with the
Let's
Griffin.
see how you like this.
Structure exposed. That was a mistake.
Die.
Oh, don't be so pessimistic. If you were going to die, you would have done that already.
Copy that.
Precision strike. Actually, no, change that. Precision strike. LRM explosion. Pilot injured.
Critical hit.
Oof. I'm amazed we didn't lose the torso then. I really am. Pull the PPC out.
Engaging target.
Scratch another target.
There goes the archer. One mech remaining.
Right here. Moving to position.
It hit, pilot injured.
Critical hit, Commander.
Left leg destroyed. And he's finally in his back.
Yes, Commander.
Apex, can you, like, stand on it, please? Really? Okay, that makes up for it. Okay, that's okay. Don't see any more Steiner units in the AO. Looks like we are go to extract. Roger that, Commander. Get to the evac zone. I'll be there to pick you up in 2 shakes. We haven't destroyed the buildings yet, though.
Confirmed.
Yeah, no, we're not pulling out yet. We've got to go destroy those buildings. But I think we just managed to do it.
Copy that.
So full sprint, everybody up to the back, complete the mission, and God, this better be the end of the Flashpoint. If not, the rest of this Flashpoint's not being done until the next stream, guys. What a marathon, 25 rounds. 25 rounds and we haven't actually got to the buildings yet.
Yes, Commander.
Where is Cerberus? God, they're right out of position. Everybody's right back here running the defense.
Roger that.
Standing by.
Mike, House and clans were fascism? Not
Orders?
Not really.
You got it.
There is an exact term for the government that they were, but it wasn't fascism. My old take used to be they used to be closer to a communist. Oh, what was the like a communist dictatorship? But that didn't really ever fit quite the way it should. Somebody did on one of the streams a while back actually got exactly what they were in terms of a government. There is a specific term for it. They're not fascist. They're exclusively militaristic. They have nothing outside of the military. So all the time that was away, the clans developed technology that was related to war. All their farming was managed like logistics for warfare. Their class structure is essentially a breakdown
I'll try.
into almost militaristic level ranks that go all the way from the lower castes all the way up to the actual fighters on the field.
Commander? On the move!
And there's nothing outside of that. There's no music. The clans created no music. The clans created no types of dance. There's no clan artists. As close as the clans have to an artist are the guys that spray paint camo on clan mechs.
I got you.
There's very little in the way of family structures outside of clan Ghost Bear. And even that is limited by clan nature. It's why, of all the clans, Ghost Bear is my favorite clan. Because it does have sort of the most ties back to actually being an actual society rather than a military construct.
Right here.
I mean, if you took the US military and then removed the entirety of the United States population out of the equation and had just the US military alone
Awaiting orders.
man the United States and maintain the military structure, that's kind of what the clans would operate like. And there was nothing else. The only dating, there was really no dating in the clans. All mech warriors are tank born and their genetics are paired. From the relationship side of things, sex is seen as just a release. They have, like, there's no moral or romance or anything tied around the act. It is seen in the same way that going to the gym to do a workout would be. There's nothing, there's no emotional attachment in any of those acts. And even amongst the lower castes that are not bred in the iron wombs. Iron wombs? Is it the iron wombs that are the? I think it's the iron wombs. The tanks that allowed for the creation of the clan mech warriors.
Copy.
The lower castes are free birth, but even those are to a level paired and matched,
Commander?
from a genetic standpoint, with the hope of producing people that
Copy that.
are more efficient and are naturally, biologically better built to be able to perform within their roles. Militaristic oligarchy? Yeah, that could be it.
Orders?
There's a little bit longer to it than that. You still got the base defenses. Look, after taking out that many mechs, I'm less concerned about the base defenses. So long as the Hunchback isn't the first mech to arrive, I think we'll be good. Feels like the tower's greater good. Yeah, actually, if you were to compare the clans to any Warhammer 40k race, the tower would probably be the closest. But without the religious overtones. But they do, that's Yeah, kind of where the, or at least the original form of the clans actually sits. And that's kind of their whole angle for the invasion of the Inner Sphere as well. The clans didn't invade the Inner Sphere to conquer.
Go fast.
Well, they did, but that's not what they told themselves. They were essentially, well, yes, they did. It's where it gets complicated. There's essentially two factions of the clans. There was the Crusaders and the Guardians. The brain's having a massive block here. I've been playing this mission for too long, and my brain's starting to melt. The Wardens. And the Warden faction wanted to take control of the Inner Sphere to protect the people of the Inner Sphere for their own good. The Crusaders wanted to take over the Inner Sphere to protect the Inner Sphere for their own good. They had slightly different methods and what they thought, but the end goal was exactly the same. Both of them were wanting to take Terra, and then take control of, because they wanted to take Terra because Terra is the hub of Comstar. It's the home world of humanity, obviously. It's also the central point for the control of the HPG network, which is the interstellar communications. If you take Terra, you take the ability to turn on and off everybody's ability to communicate across interstellar space at faster than light speeds, which allows you to essentially blackmail and take control of the entire Inner Sphere. It's how Comstar maintains its control.
Location confirmed.
Now, if the clans had managed to take the homeworld, depending on who actually got there first, and what their ideology was in terms of either the Wardens or the Crusaders, would have depended on exactly how much freedom the Inner Sphere had left after. But both of them, regardless of which one actually won, from their own point of view, was doing it for the betterment and the good of the Inner Sphere. That was what they genuinely believed.
Engaging target.
And we miss a building with a PPC.
No damage detected.
Ruled by military service, a system of governments and comprised by military government, which the state and the military are traditionally or continuously the same entity. Yeah, that's
Right here.
Yep, that works. That would be the one then.
On my way.
Yeah, the Warden clans. Yeah, that sounds really close to a socialist autocracy. It's not far off.
Locking in target.
Freeing the Inner Sphere from the barbarian houses that ruined it. Yeah, well, in the end, they ended up becoming them. It was Clan Ghostbearer joined the Free Rashog Republic, and arguably is still probably the best. Clan Wolf wound up joining Steiner, partially. Actually, Clan Wolf kind of shattered and became a bunch of different things, but Steiner was one of their major attachments there in the end. As I said before, Jade Falcon didn't join anybody. Jade Falcon wound up becoming essentially Space Mongolia, and literally down to calling the leader of Jade Falcon started referring herself as a Khan, as in Genghis Khan. Smoke Jaguar didn't join anyone because they got fucking annihilated in revenge for the clan invasions as a "don't fuck with us again" warning from the Inner Sphere.
Engaging target.
Diamond Shark was annihilated in the long run, I believe. Hell's Horses was absorbed into
Yes, Commander.
Jade Falcon eventually.
Roger that.
Who else was there? I'm trying to remember what happened to all of them. There's quite a few clans. I can't remember what happened to all of them, but a couple stayed in their own space and sort of tried to maintain their way of doing things, but a lot wound up with ties to various great houses.
Target
and wound up
confirmed.
becoming the inner sphere. Like, they ended up absorbing.
Out of LRMs.
Mag still standing. I'm about to win, Spirit Fox. It has taken 32 turns, but we have wiped out every single Steiner mech on this fucking map. And I'm about to cut down the buildings. We're going to check the results, and then I'm immediately going to end the stream, walk out of this room, and go and cook my kids' tea. Because they've been home from school, and I haven't seen them yet. I've been streaming since about 1:30, 2 o'clock. This has ran way longer than I was expecting. I wish the Cappies would just park their mechs and turn them off. It's wasting my time. And it looks like there's no turrets around this base at all. Nothing. Actually, if we're going to fire that many, target that building. Just make it go away now, please. Really?
Standing by. I'll try.
Yeah, I'll fix the bot up as soon as I can, guys. I'm just trying to end
Locking
this
in
now.
target.
I'm knackered.
That should do it.
Alright,
Standing by.
Apex.
Moving to position.
At the very least, everybody's earned a raise.
Firing on target.
The Smoke Daguers did survive in secret and served in Stone Shadows during the Jihad of the Republic. After Clan Wolf conquered Terra, Alaric reformed Clan Smoke Jaguar. Oh, there we go. I haven't actually gone past the point where Terra was taken. And I'm hazy on some of the details because I'm still catching up some of the back lore in that particular area. So...
Engaging jump jets. I got you. Target destroyed. Machine
Any
guns are
missions
empty.
when you reach Terra? Terra is on this map as an option. It's marked as white. It's the only white marked planet, which is Comstar. And it is a 5-skull planet. So I assume if I went there, there might just be missions. I don't know whether or not I'd be able to do any of them. They probably all have Comstar reputation levels, but theoretically, yeah, I could go there.
Right here.
Oh god, just let me shoot the last of these buildings.
Engaging.
There we go. Our job here is done. Militia HQ is safe. The Zingle house is down. And Hopton General, whatever that is dead. That's what I like to hear. Get our people out of the evac zone and I'll have them out of there in no time. Just keep the eye off the militia buildings until you leave the field, you know, just in case. Hopefully we get a mission instant completion now. Well done. You managed to wipe the Op4 out. Everybody's happy. I'd like to assist with that. If you have me, I wait your judgment. Lord Mariana, my future is in your hands. We'll discuss your legal status soon enough. Commander, I'll be in touch to brief you about the transfer of your payment as soon as Lao authority has been re-established in Gunther. Lao out.
Mission successful.
Mission successful. There we go. The single longest mission I've done on stream. Jesus Christ. But we did it. We won. Alright, I want to see the salvage on this. We should have taken full salvage on this. This one I am kicking myself for not taking full salvage on. So 285,000. All of our mechs survived. All of our mechs actually survived. A few of them are roughed up, but we brought them all back off the field. Okay, so where's my Warhammer for starters? Yep, that Warhammer was taken intact. And we don't have any Warhammer parts on the field. Shit. Alright, now I need to think about this. We don't have any Archer parts either. Alright, do I throw for the 3 parts Warhammer and risk random rolls for 4 Archer, or do I take 2 Archer and just see what we get? Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's an assassin. 5 parts. 5 parts of the Archer. And we need 4 to complete a mech. I want the Warhammer. But statistically, we get a better chance of walking off with an Archer, and we need tonnage. Let's see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got an Archer. We got a 70-tonner, guys. That was a good call. We got the Archer. We got 1 part Spider, 1 part Stinger, AC5. We got a double plus LRM5. We got a double plus medium laser. 10 million in salvage. Alright, so let's complete the mission. Archer's better. Oh, I don't know. I like the Warhammer. I like the Warhammer a lot as a frontline brawler, but at this point we're after tonnage. We needed tonnage. So at this point, 3 missions, we've recovered a Archer, a Shadowhawk, a Trebuchet, and 2 parts of an Atlas. Commander, I've just finished coordinating the aid efforts between Mitchell Planetary Government and what's left of the militia in Gunther. As we speak, troops are enforcing order in the streets. Aid stations are being erected and civic centres across the city. A lot of people are going to survive thanks to you. What about Da-Da-Da's wife? Did she come through all this okay? She's his widower. Thankfully, she's fine. I doubt I could say the same if she'd wound up back in the Hotman General's hands. We did our best to rally the troops as asked. Unfortunately, Chevelle and her lance turned against us. We had no choice but to destroy them. Did we? I didn't see them on the field. Okay, fair enough. Well, apparently they were one of the groups that we killed. I'm sorry to hear that, Lieutenant. An exceptional combat record. I am, however, pleased with Jailbird's performance. I put in a recommendation to have your sentence commuted. Yeah, thank you. Da-da-da. Don't care about my pay. Appreciate it. We're just going to skip through the rest of this. Not as much as I appreciate the miracle performed today. Next time I need somebody to part the ocean for me, I know who to call. Please don't, Capellan. Just pay me. She's not the only one. The entire population is in debt. Yep, that's cool. Just you don't owe us any. You don't owe us anything. We're mercenaries. On the contrary, you owe us a lot. I take cash and money order. What happened between you and da-da-da is your business. I don't care about your story. I absolutely do not care about your backstory. That's it. We're done here. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've had enough of Mitchell for one lifetime. Yep, I'm with that. There are better opportunities on the horizon. Let's go and find them. Concerning the Archer. Alright, so we have 2 options with the Archer here. We have the 2R. Well-known Archer is the epitome of the missile boat concept. 2 missile launchers, 4 lasers, 2 secondaries. And we have the 2S. Trains some of its long-range punch to become even deadlier when it gets up close, mounting SRMs to follow up what its LRMs have battered. Its heat management poses a huge problem, though. 4 lasers. Two missiles. 4 lasers, 2 secondaries. No secondaries. 4 missiles, 4 lasers. Both have command battle mech, +1 initiative for the whole lance until fired upon. Both technically missile boats. I suppose the difference would be... durability is about the same. Honestly, I'd take the 2S. Nope, we're going to ready that one as well.
We'll see that it's
Assemble mech.
and ready.
Yep, we'll just assemble the Singer and sell it. We get a rare mech upgrade. Alright, random roll as a reward. What do we get? We get a comm systems +1. We get a ballistic targeting computer. We get a heat exchanger. We get a +2 cockpit mod. We get an AC-20 +1 and an LRM-5 +1. And a 750,000 credit payout on top of everything else. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm not going to read through the rest of this here. I'm going to bring this one to a close because I am just about done. That was a hell of a run. 4 hours and 45 minutes to complete that, but which is longer than I was expected, but we have managed to do it. We managed to survive. We didn't lose any pilots. We lost one Shadowhawk, which is a bit rough, but, well, it's crippled. But our mech bay is looking a hell of a lot healthier at the moment with some, with a lot of options. A lot of options that we didn't have all that long ago. So I'm going to call this one here. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.